Honorable, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, you know, it's unfortunate, honorable minority. You are now on a debate. You can come at any time of your choice and your wish, any member. What I am trying to establish is members are found until I call the last person about to call the honorable, the mover of the motion. They will tell me, I wanted to talk. You know, you write your name. You know, there was a time I almost ended to call the minister when I was told that 2 other people wanted to their names inclusion. So please write your name. You want to debate? You write your name. If I go to the end until I start calling the honorable minister, I will not take any other name. Please. Pardon? Yes. No. But honorable, there is nowhere, but there are precedences created. We have been writing names. You cannot wait. If I exhaust my name, if I exhaust my list, if I exhaust the list, I will call the mover to come and take. Pardon? Honorable members, I now call upon the honorable member for Gara West. Gara West, take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Minister and the Attorney General for tabling this bill. Honorable Speaker, sometimes I see members, because of your immunity, you speak anyhow you want in these chambers. Honorable Speaker, we all know this government is considering rule of law in this country. People comparing this government with the government, it succeeded. Even by debate in this parliament, there is changes. We all know that. You are free to speak your mind. You say whatever you want to say. This is all about democracy. But people are standing here saying democracy is not here. Honorable Speaker, we have very progressive clauses in this draft. But I'm hearing, because of you have an ulterior motive just to reject this draft constitution, you don't even mention few of the ones that you think is better, is progressive. You don't even mention them. You are only talking about what you want. It is not what you want that will happen here. It is not what you want that will happen here. It is not that what you want that will be brought here. Sometimes I vote here or I took this on here is not what I want, but what should be. Honorable Speaker, why killing this bill at this stage? You say you don't have trust. So who would trust you again? When you don't trust others, you expect people to trust you. You have made it automatically clear that you don't have trust with your colleague members, and you expect them to trust you. Honorable Speaker, I have series of consultation with the Gambia Participate and National Council for Civic Education. in my constituency. But you know what is the problem? Us as representatives, we are not telling the people what they should know. And when we are dealing with this draft constitution, we politicize everything. Because even during engagements, people ask me, the president, when he was campaigning, he said, when he comes, he will bring a new constitution. That's true. But now they are telling me, if this draft constitution passed, you are talking of 2 terms. What about now the president? What is the next term? What is he going to do? And I agree with people when I explain to them, the 1997 constitution have given the opportunity, the leverage to the president for him to decide whether he wants to continue or whether he wants to contest. We spoke of term limits. The constitution that is governing us today, there is no term limit there. But in fact, even in that engagement, people who are seeing it in a different lens will tell you, when this comes to be this constitution passed, now the president have no mandate to stand. And I give an example. Those who are in mile 2, caught for stealing. If you say today, whoever steals will cut your hand, are we going back to mile 2 to bring them and cut their hands? So sometimes we as representatives, it is not about what we want. Let's tell the people what they should, what should govern a country. People will tell you, this is not about politics, this is not about politics. There are very progressive clauses. We are talking of gender representative. The affirmative actions is in this bill. We need women's representative in governance. It is in this bill. You can count our women here, very few of them. When this bill passed, this constitution, when it passed, we'll have more women representatives in this parliament. Is that not progressive? People living in the disability, they'll be represented. This constitution said about it. We have seen the constitution, this draft constitution. It is giving the authority to the judiciary independently. There were instances, you dare not to take a government to court, but this government is taken to court in several cases. That shows how democratic this government is. But this is what people want. We need a very decent society that people will live in. You express yourself. Honorable Speaker, we talk of youth and women representatives. Sometimes, let's allow ourselves and represent the people as we should represent them. Let's leave this bill to come and pass. We go to the committee stage, and then whatever you have, whatever you reserve, you bring it. But you want to kill it at this moment. People are saying we'll bury it. Let's not do that, honorable members. We talk of a new constitution. Honorable Speaker, even me, I have some reserves. There are clauses that I say no to them. But I can also bring my own. There will never be a document that will be placed here that all of us will embrace it. But sometimes I see people don't want the legacy to go, to say this president, it was during his time we have a new constitution.
That's right. That's the process.
We need new constitution. We definitely need a new constitution. If you don't have a new constitution, we are talking of, there are a lot of things that is in the constitution. Even the president, the current president, he have mercy. He want to exercise mercy on the people. And he, he's not acting on all those clauses. So this bill have very, very progressive clauses that we need to allow the bill to pass so that we can also bring our own input. You can have your own input, you bring it, we have a new constitution. But you cannot say this will stop here. When are we talking of having a new constitution? And all of us are thinking to have a new constitution. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I take my seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Gara West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Foni Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, allow me a few seconds to pray to our brother who lost his mom just a few days ago. Honorable Minister of Justice, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant the mom Janjangbureh and all the departed souls. Honorable Speaker, momentarily, we are in this chamber. The chamber that brought this 1997 Constitution. The chamber that brought in the historic narration of this country the separation of power that others are copying today to be called democrats. It is this same country successfully, Interior Minister is no more conducting the electoral and the electoral process observing in this country, through which the birth of this constitution had brought us the Independent Electoral Commission. Honorable Speaker, as I heard the Honorable Minister of Justice saying that he is standing here before us not only a Minister of Justice, but as a Gambian. But I'm also going to put it to him that all of us are all Gambians from various constituencies. And in so doing, we are the representative of the people of the Gambia in various constituencies. Honorable Speaker, this draft, this 2024 draft, in my speaking, I'll be borrowing the frequency of languages that was used by the President in making sure I could beautify the soup so that it become eatable for us. This constitution was brought by the cabinet, contrary to 2020, which was all around the length and breadth of this country, from Katong to Koina, each and every hamlet, villages, constituencies, people, and also various representations were consulted. I do hear members saying 1997 Constitution, how bad it is, how inefficient it is, the way it has been doing, or a whole lot of issues that they will name it. But I think if it is me as a person, I will not stand before in these chambers to even participate in a debate, thanks to the formation of this government that brought 1997 Constitution. Today, we are not in a room and a parlor called the Chambers of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, we need to be very cautious in our deliberation. If, for example, you're comparing and contrasting the 1997 Constitution 2020 draft and the 2024 draft, naming this not fit for purpose, naming this as expired. But it was this same government that the position of the Vice President was left for 8 months without any appointee. Honorable Speaker, we believe in principle that there are no perfections in terms of constitution, but we also believe in principle that nobody will come and spoon-feed us or bring something that is not the wish and aspiration of our people, most of the people of Foni Kansala. I am told, and my message is very clear, that my first consultation when I had with my people was this. They said they put, or in my head, they have given me, or they have put in my head, a bag of salt, how heavy salt is. And they said, in the middle of the chambers, this is where I should split that bag to show to them that Councillor disapproved this. Councillor doesn't want this to be seen. And in our last consultation that we had, the three of us, Jarol, Bondali, and Councillor, this is how they put it, people who went to national civic education. But it was not a consultation, it was just an informative, inform you that this is what is happening, we are onto this. You cannot add, you cannot say what you want, you cannot say anything, just be listening to them as spectators. But I'm telling you, they said to me again also, Honorable Jiba, you are representing Councillor. This draft must be buried 40 feet deep in this chamber. $40 feet. This is what my people are saying to me. And now, I have to be very clear. I am a consultative representative. I don't go to radios, whatever. I visit, talk to my people. 95.5% are saying no to this book. No to this what? Terikafo book. They are now saying no to this what? Cohort group book. This is what they said. And I'm reporting directly from Councillor. And they are hearing me, and they will hear me loud. This is what they are sending me to. Honorable Speaker, when this government came, ranging from coalition partners, it is now 8 years, evidence, 8 years, in service of governance. They were now saying, no, this we will change. And this was the slogan of change.
Observation.
So when they did that, change occurs to their favor. And it was answered. The first is, let's amend the age limit. The second is, if you are from a political party as a National Assembly member, you can jump the boat as you will, in and out, accept it. But they have forgotten the Public Order Act. That they said most of them were crying foul to the former government. It was not only rejected, it was brought and rejected, and they say we are not supporting it. So I want to, Honorable Speaker, I want to put this question. Who are they? And what has changed? What have they moved into? And what do they want? So you want us to join the group or the Bahal cabinet of this? This were a slogan that we are using. I'm just borrowing, and it's all over. I'm just borrowing to make sure things flows. And you have to understand. Honorable Speaker, now moving on, you realize that in the 2020 draft, Chapter 4 of the 2020, you realize that the commitment of accountability, the commitment of poverty is not in this. Now, when you move again to section 273.
Speaker, order.
Now,
point of order.
On a point of order?
Yes,
Lower Fulladu,
yes, I'm raising order 29, content of speech. 1. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject matter under discussion. We are talking about the general merits and principles, not in depth of the bill itself.
Yeah, sustained. That is sustained. You don't go into the various provisions of the Constitution. Can you please? Kansala, can you take the floor, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, in the area of what we believe to be progressive, our teachers deserve better. But this is zero for Teacher Service Commission. Our nurses deserve better, 0 to it, comparing to this book. 100 million plus was spent, length and breadth of country. The waves of aeroplanes were taken all around in Europe, just to be thrown away. And now you hear members saying they have reasons of throwing that book. Now I wonder, most of the cases people said term limit is there, 50 plus 1 is there. Do we look like term limit seekers? Foni people. My counselor, I said, let me put it to you people. Are counselor working on term limit or they are working on 50 plus 1? They want a constitution that will stand and also work on the aspiration of the Gambian people. Ask yourself, do Parliament have time limit? Why don't we put time limit for ourselves? So if you believe and said, okay, based on this constitution, time limit is there, we could work towards making sure it's progressive. 50 plus 1 is there, progressive. Who told you that the next government cannot even take the whole assembly? Who told you? You are the believer, allazina yu'minuna bighayb. You are the believer of unseen. Who told you, members? Who told you? So you want to narrate people and say, you know, it will never happen. As if you know what is coming. You know what is coming. It will never happen. So we want to put this reality, Honorable Speaker, that whatever we are to do, we are guided by the principles of our people, the principles of people who want us to make sure we stand and defend the cause that is hijacked, and we will never be in the hijacked group of a Concorde jet. Honorable Speaker, naturally, I put this question. If, for example, the necessity of repealing this constitution, repeal this, I believe what could have made life very easier by now is we have this book. When they came, the ambience were okay. They are flying health and shelter. We took over, we took over, we took over. It could have been a moment where they said, look, this is a constitution. We have the entrenched clause and the clauses that are not entrenched. Let's group them together. 1997 constitution. That let's group them together, those clauses that are entrenched, we group them together, we move to referendum. Those who are not entrenched, we make sure that we work towards the assembly and repeal. This could have also helped us. The 100 million could be now used on them ban. That is a dead row squad, as we feel. Them ban clinic. Our schools, the 100 million could have been used for that. And now generally, this, as I may end, this book, this Terikafo book, this, I am saying that it doesn't work on defending my culture. I believe in my culture. It's zero to my culture. Zero to my culture, and I'm saying it's zero to it, to be buried 40 feet deep. And secondly, I'm also saying, Honorable Speaker, that this is a book that is not in line with my principles and the rule of law, and what I think is objectively for 2.3 million Gambian populace. I end by this, and I will repeat. I am sorry for the Justice Minister who brought this, but it will be a lesson, and the lesson is 40 feet deep is the final destination on peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Foni Kansala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Foni Bintang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is, Honorable Speaker, it's not our duty to please NPP. Honorable Speaker, looking at the Constitution, I want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia.
Order, Speaker. A point of order. Yes, I rise on the same order, content of speech. The member is talking about pleasing MPP. We are not about MPP. We is about the country. So we want him to understand that we are here for the country, not about the party.
Honorable, you cannot avoid talking about political parties. Yeah, it's part of the whole broad-based coalition. Honorable Member for Foni Bintang, can you continue?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia. I want to also thank the honorable ministers here present. I want to thank the honorable members also here present. And I want to thank the gallery and everybody around. What we are about to witness is the burial of the draft Constitution 2024. Going forward, that is what we are about to witness. And this is one of the most interesting things in this National Assembly today. Going further, Honorable Speaker, as a nation, when we speak, it's not because we want to speak. When we debate, it's not because we want to please anybody. We debate because we want the interests of the nation and because we want this nation to progress as a nation. Honorable Speaker, we must know what is the difference between the 1997 Constitution and the draft Constitution 2024. Looking at the 1997 Constitution, it's talking about the appointment of chiefs by the President, which becomes a challenge as well. Today, our chiefs, as we can see, most of them are appointed by the President, all of them, appointed by the President. Now, at that point in time, we are looking at a progressive society where people want people to hold position whom they actually want to serve them. If the people don't want you in your constituency, for you to become a chief, an individual to appoint you, just for you to serve the individual, I think we should look at that as a nation. That is what we refer to as a progressive constitution and a progressive society. When we made laws to better the situation. I said it again, we are not making laws to worsen the situation. And most of the people are coming up with the argument that we should pass and at the consideration stage, then we can amend it. Mantakela B, mantakela Sam. The reason as to why, most of the time, in the consideration stage, we are overpowered by the majority at all the time. All the time we are overpowered. What is the certainty that we can have them to amend it the way we want it? Never. Many a times they will bully us and tell us everything that they want to tell us here, even when we are on the right track. We are at the stage and we are ready to bear it. One may ask, how did he come up with all this? There was a consultation that was made by the NCCE, National Council for Civic Education. And they call all the stakeholders that they want to call, the alcalos and the chiefs, Foni Bintang and Foni Brevet were boxed together. I was there. And you know what the people said? They said, Bakari, you should throw this constitution. I told them that you people are saying we throw this constitution. I was into this position, and you are telling, you are reaffirming that we should throw it. We are ready to throw it. Because what is happening is, people are talking about the term limit for the president, for example. Now, you said there is term limit. We are not arguing that there is no term limit. But what term limit are we talking about? Wherein the president have to serve this term, and the constitution does not go backward. It starts from where it starts. That we are going to give the president 2 terms again. Mantakela B, Mantakela Sam. We are not doing it. We are not doing it. That is actually what we are talking about. This is among the reasons as to why I don't even attend Goodluck Jottada's consultation. How can he come and tell us what to do and what not to do? As parliamentarians, consultation is important, but we should know what we are going to do. I told you last time that our decision will not be based on what America thinks about us. Our decision will not be based on what Canada thinks about us. Our decision will be based on what our people want, what is applicable here. That is why that consultation meeting, I was not even there. Now, when we talk about a constitution, what is actually a constitution? A constitution is the set of rules and regulations that guides us. And that we should be in a position to determine that. It is our people down there in the provinces, in the rural Gambia, that should know if I do this is a violation, and this and that is what I am expected to do. So, Honorable Speaker, it is interesting for the world to know that we are against this draft constitution and we are against it. And for the last time today, we will attain victory that will go down the line in the history that everybody will talk about. And this victory that we are proud of, and we will celebrate it more than you do celebrate your closest victories here. When you attain your closest victory, it's celebrated. But this time around, this celebration will be more than any other celebration. So consider it dead forever.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Foni Bintang. I now invite the Honorable Member for Wuli West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I wish to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister of Justice for tabling this bill, and members of Cabinet present here. I also like to thank the NCC and then Gambia participate. Honorable Speaker, sometimes I think I'm in a wrong country. Due to the fact that people whom you know, the progress and the development of this country should be their intention and aim. They are the very people who do not want to any progress in this country. It's a disgrace and a disappointing issue. We are talking of the 2020 draft constitution. You want to reject this draft because of the 2020 draft constitution was rejected? Why? You said people voted against it. That's why today you want to come and vote against the 2024 draft constitution. That is not a genuine reason that the Gambian people should even hear from us. Honorable Speaker, the reason why these people, those who rejected the draft 2024 draft constitution, there is a main reason. Even me, I stood up in a political platform in URR, in my constituency. I said the parliament should not accept the 2024 draft constitution. Reason based on it. 2024 draft constitution. You brought the 2024 draft constitution as a blustered coup for the president. 2020. You brought it as a blooded scoop for the president. You brought the 2020 draft constitution as a blooded scoop for the president, which fails. And then it was brought for a selfish individual. As we are saying, those who are selfish, they are never selfish. But the one who was behind that draft constitution is the one, is the guy who was selfish. It was brought purposely for an individual. Let us accept the fact. If you wish, you reject this draft constitution. After rejecting, what next? Ask yourself, what next? You are judging those people that rejected the draft constitution in 2020 as selfish people. What are you going to be judged if you reject this one today? Tell us. Everything happens. It happens for a reason. And then behind the reason, there is a lesson that we need to learn. You people are saying we are going to jubilate, we are going to bury it 100 feet deep. If you want, you bury it 1 million deep. You will see it. It's not for Barrow. It's not for the president. It's for the Gambian people. Definitely. Reject it if you wish. If you wish, you support it. Thank you. We need to forget about partisan politics as mentioned by the minister. And then, how can you mention a responsible people, a responsible cabinet, calling them Bahal cabinet? It's unfortunate. This is one of the best government that we have ever had before since independence. This is one of the best cabinet that we have ever had since independence. Let us accept the fact. Honorable Speaker, where are we heading to? I don't know. Anything you do, good or bad, you must have a credit. Because if you don't want the credit to go to the present government, that's why you want to reject it. Reject it. And then this government have a credit that nobody on this earth can erase in history. No. Let us accept the fact. This draft constitution is not brought for political reasons. No. It's for the benefit of the Gambian people. No. But if you are not interested on the development and the welfare of this nation, that's why you want to reject it. It's your soul. Honorable Speaker, people need to know this is a nation. This is a nation that needs to be developed. And then it needs collectively for us to develop this nation. But because of political reasons, or you don't want a credit for the present government, you want to reject the bill. Even with or without this bill, the government of the day have already gained a credit. You are talking here, nobody disturb you. Please, be rational, you know. Honorable Sami, be rational. Honorable Speaker, this bill belongs to us. If you want, you pass it. If you want, you reject it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Wuli West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Illiassa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me first clear myself that as far as this constitution is concerned, through series of consultation in my constituency, the majority of the people in the Illiassa constituency, they give their blessing to this constitution. And then I want to declare from here that I am also in support of this constitution. Honorable Speaker, this constitution before us today is a constitution for the Gambia. It's not a constitution for a party or an individual. We should understand that very well. This constitution, I want you to reflect your mind back. A lot of money, millions of dollars have been spent on this constitution. This draft constitution. So we should make sure that we should not allow that money to go in vain. Honorable Speaker, we have to understand that the Gambia belongs to Gambians. And we should have love for our country. Definitely this constitution, I know for certain, the majority of Gambians are in support of this constitution. We are few in the National Assembly here. Let us not try to deny them from their right. Let us be fair to our people. Let us be fair to Gambians. And that we make sure that we give chance to this draft constitution. This is all what I want. Honorable Speaker, as I said before, we have to be conscious. We have to be smart and critically look into this constitution. It's a constitution that favors the Gambian people. So as I said before, we should be fair to our people. So as far as I'm concerned, and then I have to dance to the tune of my people, they support this constitution, and I am here to support this constitution as well. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Illiassa. And I invite the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll join my previous speakers or colleagues to thank the Attorney General for bringing this constitution again. If my memory could serve me well, it was the same Attorney General who brought the last one, 2021, that was rejected before this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, as parliamentarian speaks, there are two things that are confirmed and collaborated. Number one, politicians mostly don't have principle and memory. Two, mostly we are not capable of shame. Honorable Speaker, when this particular document was brought before this National Assembly, there were National Assembly members here today who spoke in principle against the Constitution. Today, they are speaking in favor of the Constitution. That's why I said these two things people said about politicians are collaborated and confirmed today. Honorable Speaker, this is not my first time I said. Constitution is not an ordinary act of parliament. Constitution embodies democratic wills and aspirations of people. Honorable Speaker, we cannot talk about this without giving history. What happened? Why do we have the revised 2024 draft? Why do we have the 2020 draft? The procedures. 2020 was a very progressive one. It was a nationwide consultation, exhaustive consultation inside the country and outside the country. People were engaged what kind of law you want to be governed. You cannot have a constitution that you don't consult the people to be governed. The Gambians agree on that particular constitution. It came before this National Assembly and it was rejected by the National Assembly members. That was people's constitution. That is why many Gambians will say Barrow draft and the people constitution. This is exactly what they are referring to. Because 2020 was consultative, both inside this country and outside this country. But this particular one, a group of people who...
Point of order. Yes, I'm rising on order 29 and I'm rising number 6. The name of the president of the Republic of the Gambia shall not be used to influence the assembly. He's using Barrow here to influence the decision here. So I want him to withdraw.
Honorable, I think you allow the honorable member to continue. Honorable member has not named the president's name.
Thank you
talked
very
about
much,
the president.
Honorable Speaker,
for that
progressive ruling.
Honorable, just give me, Honorable Latrikunda, Honorable, the name of the president was not used. And therefore cannot be sustained. And we now allow the honorable member for Latrikunda Sabiji to proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that progressive ruling. Honorable Speaker, this National Assembly will refuse to be subject to political capture, surrender, and manipulation. We will refuse it. Honorable Speaker, history, in my view, if you want to be a good politician, you learn history. You don't need to learn political science. Because history, you'll be able to know how great leaders fail. But for political science, Honorable Minister for Information, Political Science will agree with me. You only learn the theories. You only learn theories, but for history, you will learn important past events. For history, you will be able to sort out the relevance from less irrelevance so that you are not going to subject yourself to those who propose simple and deep-minded solutions. And this is what is happening in the National Assembly right now. Honorable Speaker, if we go further, let's ask ourselves, 2020 was very consultative. Where are our youth? Where are the voices of our youth? Where are the voices of our farmers? Where are the voices of our teachers? Where are the voices of our nurses? Where are the voices of our market women? Where are the voices of our carpenters? Where are the voices of our mechanics? Where are the voices of each and every individual that was consulted in the 2020 draft? They threw all those voices together, and few people consider themselves oligarchs who feel that they should not be accountable to any law in this country, and that's the cabinet. The cabinet met together. They threw every ideas Gambians put together in 2020 draft and considered themselves above the law. Honorable Speaker, let's look at why this constitution should not go far. And I pity the majority camp. You see, if you want to defend something, if you don't believe in something, you cannot defend it. And this is what is happening. When they all stood up, they all said the same thing. Because you don't believe in this. I remember last week when my senior told me to write an opinion on a particular case. I told him I don't believe in this case. I can't write an opinion. This is what you could have told the executive. You don't believe in this document, so you cannot defend it. That is why all of you are saying the same thing, one after the other. But you don't believe in it. Honorable Speaker, 2020 was blood and sacrifices of Gambians. And we will make sure we restore the blood and sacrifices of Gambians. When Gambians galvanize themselves to a very powerful political force and remove former President Jammeh in 2016, we did this because we want a progressive Gambia. We did it because we want a new constitution. That is why I said this 2020 was blood and sacrifices of Gambians, and we are going to restore this. We are not going to negotiate around 2024. And Honorable Speaker, let Gambians don't get it wrong. We, the opposition, are ready to negotiate. But we can only negotiate around the 2020 draft, not the revised 2024. So people should not be mistaken that opposition through this particular document. No, we don't. We want to negotiate, we are going to negotiate around the 2020. Honorable Speaker, let's look at presidential term limit and the transitional clause. 2020, there is term limit. But 2020 went further to give us a transitional clause to explain to us the current term of the president is included, is counted. This 2024 doesn't have that. So literally it's telling us that President Barrow can say, I am starting my term this year or next year. His pleasure and discretion, we cannot allow that. We cannot allow one man's pleasure and discretion to govern us. This is why 2020 was eliminated in this National Assembly, because you guys felt that the transitional clause should not be part of it. And the same thing is repeating. We are not also going to accept this until there is a clear transitional clause that will tell us all the previous term of the president are counted. Honorable Speaker, powers of the president versus checks and balances. I said it here. We will not allow anybody to be an oligarch whereby you are above the law. You are not going to subject yourself to our rules and regulations. You are not going to subject yourselves to the law. There was this common sense. If you are the guards now, who will now guide the guards? That's what is missing in this particular constitution. The president is the guard. Who is going to guide it? We want the rules, the laws of this country to guide every action of the president. And this is what is missing in this 2024 draft. Honorable Speaker, we also got human rights and freedom. 2020, the detention period was 48 hours. 48 hours. Why is this government so eager to detain people to 72 hours? What is wrong? Because, you see, what is always passing in the mind of Parliament when we are making laws is for the good of citizens. 48 hours is to give police ample time to be able to react to crime and investigate it properly, so that people are not going to be detained in this country for 72 hours. And there was 48 hours in the 2020 draft. This new draft said 72 hours. Why do you want to detain citizens to that amount of hours? Honorable Speaker, decentralization and local governance. We don't want to see local governments that are mere extension of the executive. We want to see independent local government authorities. You can see on and on and on. Local government authorities are in loggerhead with the government before the courts. So the 2020 draft was very clear on ambiguous terms. The local government authority and the financial independence. But this 2020 draft came to overhaul all of that and still feel that local government authorities should be mere extension of the central government. This is another honorable Speaker, this constitution will collapse before this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, accountability and integrity in public service. If you look at this draft, the government used a shield before themselves and accountability. You cannot rule people and you don't want to be accounted for. I'm not saying completely, there is no complete accountability in the draft, but the accountability is not very clear. And this parliament don't want to make laws that are not clear. If you make laws that are not clear, they go before the court, it attracts several interpretations. We want to make sure accountability mechanisms in this constitution are as clear as white paper. Honorable Speaker, socio-economic rights, another thing that is seriously missing in this constitution. In the 2020 draft, there was right to free education. This 2024 draft came to revise all of that. Gambian citizens are poor. We want to make sure that there is free education all over, and this 2024 draft is not something that we can go by. Honorable Speaker, public participation and consultation. Constitution should be, people should be consulted, especially those who are going to be governed. And this is what happened in 2020, but it's not happening in 2024 because this draft was done by the cabinet. 23 persons out of 2 million people cannot impose their wills and caprices on us. Therefore, this constitution will collapse before this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, another interesting part in this constitution is total removal of a total chapter on leadership and integrity. Honorable Speaker, this is so key. Any leader must be accountable. We cannot just bring in any leader to rule us. So why is the executive agree on to remove the entire chapter on leadership and integrity? What are they trying to hide from public? What are they trying to hide from us? And in fact, if I am the president of this country, I'll be very, very happy if my Inspector General of Police or my cabinet are subject to National Assembly approval. What is more pleasing than that? What is more, you look at the television, you watch your potential ministers, your potential Inspector General of Police being scrutinized by the National Assembly. In fact, by way of that, you know that you are now coming to appoint quality people. Because the National Assembly will scrutinize their background, their education, their integrity, their everything. So you, as the President of the Republic, you'll be so happy to know that now I am coming to work with people with high moral, people with integrity. Some of the ministers sitting here, they remove this because they know they will not pass this National Assembly scrutiny. That's why they connive with the President and remove all of that. But if I am the President, I'll be so happy to see my Inspector General of Police scrutinized by members of Parliament, my potential ministers. What is wrong with that, honorable ministers? Why do you people remove that part of it? You don't have trust in yourselves that you'll pass the National Assembly scrutiny. So based on that also, this constitution will collapse before this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, another important thing is the weakened National Assembly. This constitution weakened our role as the supreme oversight body in this country. This National Assembly is already weak. Imagine if it is further weak.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
This National Assembly is a weak National Assembly.
Honorable Speaker, point of order. Honorable Member for Opanyomi. Honorable Speaker, Order 67-1. Second reading. 1. On a motion being moved that a bill be read second time, the general merit and the principle of the bill may be debated. Honorable member is going into the details of the bill. So let him restrict himself to the merit and the principle of the bill. Thank you.
Honorable member, he is giving a synopsis of the whole constitution. He's not going into the relevant provisions. He is talking, honorable, please. He's talking broadly on this. Honorable, what I thought you would have said was, the honorable member, I oversighted that you cannot insinuate into what people are doing. You are accusing honorable ministers that they know they will not pass, as if you are the entire National Assembly or you are part of them. That was not gentlemanly at all. Avoid those types. But you can continue with your these things. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the other thing this National Assembly should do themselves a good favor is because this 2024 draft makes us a very weak oversight body. Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Speaker, now, this National Assembly, we all know, is not a very strong National Assembly. If we further allow ourselves to be more weakened by the Constitution, then it's better we don't come and sit here. Because by way of that, we will not be able to perform our oversight function on ministers, permanent secretaries, the executive arm, the directors, etc., etc. And this draft constitution aims to make us a very weak National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, also this constitution...
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
A point of order?
Honorable member for Opanyomi, Honorable Speaker.
Huh? Opanyomi?
Yes. Honorable Speaker, on the 29, content of speech. 5. No member shall impute improper motive to any other member. Honorable member is imputing improper motive on honorable members by saying that this assembly is going to be a weak assembly. If
That's what he said. Honorable anyway,
Honorable members, honorable member for Latrikunda Sabiji, I think you should, all members should go to protect the integrity of this institution. We should not go about it and don't make statements that are not corroborated. You cannot make statements that you cannot have justifications for. You know, you implying on the whole National Assembly only when you are alone in your whole thing, making a statement against the whole institution. Please avoid those ones.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, another thing this draft constitution did is to remove the cap on ministers. We have given the president the discretion to appoint even up to 100 ministers. And I am sure why there was cap on the number of ministers to be appointed is to reduce the cost of governance. Imagine all these ministers sitting here, your car, your utility, drivers, and other emoluments attached to the office of the minister. If that is multiplied, it means that the cost of governance will be multiplied. And that is why the Constitutional Review Commission deemed it fit that let's reduce the cap on the amount of ministers to be appointed by the president. But the executive arm of the government revising the 2020 draft now makes it very open. Makes it open means you have every intention to increase the cost of governance, to make governance very expensive, to make Gambian citizens pay a lot of salary to ministers. That is also another reason this constitution will collapse before this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, on a final note, and I said it in my preamble, this National Assembly will refuse to be subject to political capture, surrender, and manipulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for bringing this bill before us. But then to start with, I think you have put the cart before the horse. Because for me, what I am seeing here is, yes, allow the bill to pass, commit it to a committee, let them do the necessary consultations. When in reality, when the ministry was drafting this very 2024 draft constitution, the approach should have been doing the necessary consultations to enable the government to align part of the content in the 2020 draft constitution that was rejected by this very National Assembly. Because the issues that actually emerged in the 2020 draft constitution that led to its rejection was about 15 issues. When the executive took it upon themselves through your office, it emerged that over 126 issues actually emerged because those were the changes done by your ministry. And today, it seems the National Assembly is sacrificed. That's the way I see it. Because one, if we support it, there will be good that would say they have supported the wrong document. If we reject it, it will almost be the same. But to tell you, Honorable Minister, we must understand the fact that the executive and the National Assembly must work hand in gloves in order to achieve the desired goals for sustainable national development, which I am not seeing. All that I see is anytime when there are issues that are for national interest, we tend to put in politics. Imagine, since the Ministry of Justice started drafting this very document, there was no instance that they put the members of the minority caucus and members of the majority caucus together to discuss as a family. Instead, what was happening is, even this very morning, ministers offering their expertise to the majority caucus as if it is going to be the usual way, that simple majority. In this case, it's different. You now hook yourself, and I would see where you will overcome that hook, because there is no way that we will take it light for anybody when it comes to national issues. And we must understand this. And we must understand the fact that no single party or individual can develop this country. If you look at the draft, one thing that even baffles me is the sect, that is the youth sect, that we think or believe covers majority part of our population. We cannot even properly define them. We are referring that youth age from 18 to 35. To remind you, even in the National Youth Act, the youth age is in between 15 to 35. Except otherwise, the Gambia want to use a different approach. And these are the very people we will go out for to cast votes for us when we want to canvass votes. But if it comes to their plight, we take it very light, and we attach no importance to that very sector. Honorable Speaker, today I am seeing my colleagues playing the victim card, saying, let's allow it to pass. Who is saying we are not going to allow it to pass? You can even see it from your body languages, that you are desperate as a camp. You are desperate as a camp. And this should also tell the leadership that you don't really have the people that can convince the masses when it comes to issues that are sensitive. Seriously, we should have discussed some of these issues outside, but you shy away. You think, yes, you have the numbers. And to be honest with you, we cannot trust you. We have seen the games. It was a week or so when a committee's report was before us to hold people to account, to hold institutions to account, to put the country in a better footing. You refer it because you think holding public officials to account
Point of order,
is like attacking the government.
Point of order, please. 67. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 67 on a motion be moved that a bill be read a second time. The general merits and principles of the bill may be debated. We are not debating issue of FPAC report or its resolution. So let him make reference to the constitution that is under discussion. So restrain or restrict your motivation on the constitution. Thank you.
Honorable members, you see, when you debating a law like the national constitution, it will be very difficult to debate it without bringing in some inferences or some other things, because the very principle we are now talking about, the honorable members, Honorable members, please, we are talking about the merits and the principles. Honorable, a minute. We are talking about the merits and principles of a constitution, the supreme law of the land, that incorporates almost every other thing. What we will not expect members to do is to go into some of the details of the Constitution. But to make some broad-based statements about the Constitution and relating to other things, those are the principles and the merits. Yeah, you know, when you talk about the FPAC, you aligning it to the Constitution in a sense that why that principle or these things should not happen or should happen to offset that. So let's try as much as possible avoid talking about the general provisions of the Constitution. Constitution as it relates, because everything you talk about is here. Anything you talk about is here. So it's going to be difficult to limit people from not making other statements. Honorable Member for Janjangbureh.
Thank you. Let me borrow this word, Honorable Speaker. Magbah nasikir, and I think age is wisdom. Thank you for having you. And also what I notice is if you talk about accountability, you see crocodile tears coming down from some members. And you know, if we are to represent, sometimes we don't have to be emotional. We don't have to take things personal. What we are saying here is, let's put things in the right way. That reminded me. This is why even in the draft, in the 2024 draft, the accountability aspect is being deleted. And that even make the parliament very weak. For example, like the president's spouse should declare assets is something that we really lose in the 2024 draft. And you know, sometimes we really need to protect our public officials and their spouse. And to do that would be for them to declare whatever asset they own before they occupy #1 Marina House. After, when they serve, they should also do the same. That can give the citizens the opportunity to actually understand whether, before they come to power, what was their wealth. After leaving, what do they also have? You know, that can also kind of, you know, clean their hands with political parties as well. To say political parties should declare the fundings they receive. This doesn't go well with many political parties. I'm glad that I don't belong to any political party, as long as I am concerned. You know, because we know very well sometimes the way we get money. We go out there, get money from the mafias, come, spend it on our parties, and after winning elections, we start giving them contracts just to please them. These are the things we want to avoid. We have seen a lot of scandals in this country. From the petition, you name it. No, Russian mom, I don't want to touch that one for so many reasons. That one will come before us someday. The FPAC report that was here a few days ago. How many FPAC reports have we adopted? So our problem is not about laws. Our problem is enforcing laws. For me, that's the way I take things. Even if we say the 1997 Constitution is bad, it's that Constitution that is governing us. That reminds me that this is a plot by the ruling government in order for them to stay long in power. Because they know very well if they come up with 126 changes, no one will accept that from them. If the approach is wrong, no one will accept such a bill from them. because they know the 1997 favors them. So it's a plot. It's a political plot. It's a political plot. And we will defend the truth to the core. In 2020, it was in the same parliament where we rejected the 2020 draft constitution, when 116 million was spent on it. Not even the monetary aspect, but the consultations were broad and wide. If we can reject that for our own personal interest and come up with something that will really prolong our stay in power, we are saying no, and a big no. It will never happen. Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly floor is not a place where we should just be making noise, but then we should use the opportunity to resolve on issues that will be of national interest. And we have done a lot in terms of accountability, but it seems the executive are not committed or interested in implementing what we call issues that are adopted by this very august National Assembly. And now you are telling us that adopt it, sorry, pass it. If you pass it, when we go for the considerations, you know, we will ensure that the things that we left out, we bring them in. When you were drafting it, why should you leave 126 issues unattended, deliberately deleting them, as if your computer keys can only delete? This is what you are telling us. And aside that, you are telling us that, look, National Assembly members, you are not important to the cause. This is a national document. You cannot do this alone. You cannot do this alone. We have been crying for so many issues. And our expectations were to address them through progressive laws. We were expecting the draft that was going to come before us was going to be consultative. I appreciate the work that the civil society organizations have done. I definitely appreciate that part of consultations they have done. And I believe we have given them the right feedbacks from that point. It depends how government actually process those feedbacks, digest them, and ensure they have a plan to address some of the feedbacks we have given, because government was very busy, not even to engage with us. It were the CSOs until 3 or 4 months ago when NCCE also engaged us. But even with that, the engagements were very limited. You cannot call on alcalos, National Assembly members, chiefs, campaigns or whatever, bring them in a hall, serve drinks and food. You want to discuss on a national document. It's not realistic, neither sustainable. All that we are good at is to go and waste national resources in the name of workshop and also to baffle the masses. That is not this generation. We cannot be baffled, and we will not allow to be baffled by anybody. This is beyond the president. This is beyond the honorable minister. This is beyond the National Assembly. This is about Gambia and Gambians. Imagine some of us saying that, let's support this. Let's support this draft, that is the 2024 draft. When we even struggle to obtain parliamentary questions from the executive, when in the draft constitution, it is omitted to scrutinize ministers before this August Assembly. It's deleted. So if this cannot address our problems, I have evidence, I can show it out. I have multiple parliamentary written questions that I struggle to get answers for. And you go to the office of the clerk, they will tell you it's not our responsibility to provide you with the answers or to force ministers to provide you with the answers. Hey, we need laws that will make us effective, not only effective, but efficient to actually do our work as legislators. Nothing more, nothing less. What we are witnessing is not really appealing. And I can see, seriously, I have been interacting with most of you, even from your body languages. Billahi, I sympathize you. I can see a non-commitment from your end. And I'm pretty sure you cannot be committed to this. You yourselves know, inside you, this is not representing the aspiration of Gambians. I'm not referring to any camp, but So for me, since your consent is not even allowing you to accept this at the bottom of your heart, let's do the needful. Throw it away. Aside throwing it away, let's come up with a plan either to repeal the 1997 Constitution in order to give Gambians the opportunity to have progressive laws. Since we are saying the 1997 is not progressive, but it is this very Constitution that is guiding the day-to-day operation of this nation. So for me, as I said earlier, the 2024 draft Constitution is a mere scam. On that note, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Janjangbureh. I now invite the Honorable Nominated Member, Keba Lamfufana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to start with, I want to register that I rise in solidarity to the draft Constitution 2024. And to do that, I would like to thank the Attorney General and Minister of Justice and the government of the Gambia in their current quest to fulfill a fundamental imperative towards the transformative agenda of our 2016 change. Honorable Speaker, our gathering today is different from any other that we've witnessed since 2022. We are gathered today not to discuss on a single bill. We are gathered today to promulgate a constitution which should serve generations, which should serve as a guiding principle towards the attainment of the aims and aspirations of our people. So, Honorable Speaker, the first question we should have asked ourselves is, what do we want? And by saying, what do we want, that should have mirrored the aims and aspirations of the people we represent. And to do that, we must make a recollection of history. The Honorable Member for Wuli is started in 1965. Honorable Speaker, I will start from 1946. The Gambia was not created out of a vacuum. The Gambia came into being out of the sacrifice of great men and women. From 1920 to 1940, there were civil society organizations here, the likes of Edward Francis Small, who were championing the nationalist voice, who were calling for greater inclusion. Because by then, the Gambia was a subject of the British colony. And as a result of that, in 1946, a fundamental issue happened, which was the creation of the first Legislative Council. And what did the first Legislative Council intend to do? Was to make sure that the voices of the people were included in the decision making. And that Legislative Council was a 14-man team. Out of this 14-man team, only 3 people were Gambians. And all of them were chosen from where? Batos. That's why in latter years, when you call for inclusion and greater participation in the way we were governed, people started saying the first legislative council was what? Banjul centric. But Honorable Speaker, as far back as 1946, our forefathers knew what they wanted. By then we were a British colony. They said we wanted self-determination. They said we wanted to be governed by ourselves. Fast forward to 1951, the famous McCarthy Commission, which was launched to investigate into the behavior of what? The representatives. Because remember, in 1946, the first legislative council, only 3 people were what? Included. All of them came from Banjul, which means the protectorate were what? Excluded. And the governor, who was a British, was having absolute powers. Now, what did the Gambia want in 1951? This was the time when the spirit of Pan-Africanism was flaming at its peak. Countries were moving towards independence. Our forefathers, the Per Sarnjais, you call them, they started laying the foundation for independence and expanded the Legislative Council from a 14-man member team to what? 21. And in this case, the protectorate were included. Banjul 4 and what? The protectorate 4. Did they stop? No. Because still, the Gambia was being colonized and ruled by the British. Then the call for independence started coming. That gave birth to the 1960 Constitution. And in the 1960 Constitution, the foundation was laid for independence. The foundation was laid to ensure that there was inclusivity. In 1970, after independence in 1965, a failed constitution. I would say in 1965 there was a failed constitution. In 1970 we had our first constitution. And in that first constitution, what was the aims and aspirations of our forefathers? It was for what? Sovereignty. It was for what? Citizenship. It was for what? To have an executive president. Did they achieve it? Yes. Because after the 1970 Constitution, the Gambia became a republic. With Sadara Karabajara, may he so rest in peace, becoming our first president. That is why you and I today, we call ourselves what? Gambians. If not, we would have been British subjects. Why am I saying this, Honorable Speaker? Our forefathers, even in 1970, in 1946, in 1951, in 1960, in 1965, they knew what they wanted. What do we want? Honorable Speaker, the 1970 Constitution enabled the first republic to rule this country for 29 years. Go to your history. 1965 was rejected. Honorable Speaker, the 1970 Constitution allowed the PPP government to rule this country for 29 years. What we should ask ourselves is, why? Because one, there were no time limits in the 1970 Constitution. Two, there was too much concentration on the presidency. Three, there were no governance with regards to what? The structures of political peace. That in the 1997 Constitution. In the 1997 Constitution, we said it was a transition from rule to what? Democracy. And there were good provisions. Initially, there was the term limit. But what happened to the term limit? It was removed. We said we wanted the protection of what? Fundamental human rights. Yes, they are enshrined in the 1997 Constitution. But what happened to those rights? They were violated numerous times. What happened to those rights? They were not even what? Considered. Then fast track to 2016. Fast track to 2024. I will answer the question why I didn't talk about 2020. And to answer that question, I would quote from Wuli West. He said, it doesn't mean that we failed yesterday, then we cannot do it today. 2020 is history. Let's come to 2024. Honorable members, I will ask the question again. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? I've listened and I've listened keenly. If we are to serve our people, our actions, our utterances today in this honorable hall should not be guided by emotions. But all I'm hearing is like the Senegal drama, Gatsa Gatsa. Far from it. You are not doing it for me. You are not doing it for the current government. In 2016, after the change, we said we wanted a new Gambia. But as Jomo Kenyatta said, he said we must be a united people so that what we can have a new country. We must be united in spirit, in heart, with a major definitive purpose so that we can usher in a new constitution. What happened to the process? I wouldn't elaborate on that. We said we wanted a new constitution. Why? Because one, we realized that the 1997 constitution we were having, too much powers were given what? To the president. We realized that the 1997 constitution we were having, there were no what? Term limits. We realized that even though fundamental human rights are guaranteed in the 1997 constitution, but we do not have the required institutional frameworks to ensure that democratic resilience. We realize that as a people, we must redefine our future. But honorable members, if we must redefine our future, we must remind ourselves that the Gambia is one country. When the constitutional pioneers of America met in 1793 or 1787, there were 13 counties. The smaller counties were looking for equality, whereas the larger counties were looking at what? Dominance, because they have a higher what? Population. But what do? They strike a compromise. That's why the Attorney General told you that constitutional building requires consensus. Are we working towards that angle? No. Do I say everything in this book reflects what each and every Gambian wants? No. But is there any honorable member here who can stand and tell me everything in this book is against what we believe as a Gambia, as Gambians? I challenge any honorable member to take the floor and tell me a provision in this book, in this draft constitution, that is anti-Gambia. There would be none. Honorable members, if at all in 2017, the new Gambia we wanted is the new Gambia that is going to ensure that fundamental human rights are respected, I will tell you that is protected by the 2024 draft. If at all the new Gambia we wanted in 2017 is the new Gambia that is going to ensure that there are presidential term limits and there will be no self-perpetuation in governments, I will tell you, and I'm telling you for free, the 2024 Constitution guarantees that. Honorable members, if at all the new Constitution or the new Gambia we wanted in 2017 was the new Gambia that will be ruled on absolute majority basis. The 2024 draft embodies that. And Honorable Speaker, remembers, if at all what we yearn for is a future that is based on inclusivity, it's a future that gives hope and confidence to our youth and women, I will tell you, they are empowered by the 2024 draft. And Honorable Speaker, many speakers have taken the floor in a bid to mislead the people. The issue of integrity is a cross-cutting issue in any constitutional process. The issue of integrity and accountability are expressed in a constitution through the word separation of powers. Go through this draft. The legislature is empowered. The judiciary is empowered. Does it have to be explicit? No. It's in the processes and the mechanisms of accountability. You have anti-corruption provisions where the president, the vice president.
Honorable nominated member,
yes,
I thought you were going to be ready before 17:30. Will you give us, honorable members, is going 17:30? And if we are to complete, a motion must be moved for us to complete the order paper for today.
Can I move the motion?
Pardon?
Can I move the motion?
Yes, you may.
The Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on 53K to sit beyond 6 and finish business.
Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable member for Lower Salum?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that we sit beyond 6 to complete the order of business today. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable nominated member, you can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was elaborating on integrity and accountability. And I will repeat that many deliberations were made on the floor here, which sounds misleading. Integrity and accountability issues doesn't need to be explicitly provided in the Constitution. They are in the process. One, you look at how the Constitution expresses the separation of powers into the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And two, Honorable Speaker, I made quotation of those provisions of disclosure that warrants the president, the vice president, and cabinet ministers to declare their assets when they are appointed and also declare them when they are leaving office. Is that provided for in the 1997 Constitution? Is it provided for in the 1997 Constitution? No. Which means the 2024 draft is progressive. And Honorable Speaker, today is one of the days that I wouldn't go confrontational, but dialogue. I want to ask and specifically tell the minority camp that in 2020, you were in the majority. Being in the majority, you were not able to convince the minority to join you to pass the 2020 draft constitution, and it failed. But remember, history will frown on you if you fail today, whilst in the minority, not to join the majority and pass the 2024 draft. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable nominated member, Keba Lang Fofana. I now call on the Honorable member for Sanimentereng. It's out.
I did not raise my tag. How did you call me? Who gave you my name? It was supposed to be you before me. I did not raise my tag. Seni, I did not raise my tag. How did you call me? How?
Sanimentereng is back anyway. Honorable Speaker, Sanimentereng is back.
I'm saying, I never raised my tag, and you called me. Who gave you my name?
Exactly. He never raised his tag. No.
I did not.
Honorable Speaker, Sanimentereng is here, so she could be given the floor.
I now call upon the Honorable Member for Serrekunda West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to be on record that I am not in support of the 2024 draft. That's the foundation. Honorable Speaker, in the first place, this government is not serious about getting the Gambia a constitution. In 2016, when they won the presidency, with the promise that they were going to usher us into a new constitution, give us a new constitution, they wasted all the 5 years until the 11th year, 2020, only 1 year to elections, when they brought the 2020 draft, knowing how controversial constitution development takes. So unfortunately, the time was so small that the differences could not be ironed out. And unfortunately, the 2020 draft failed. The following year, this same government won in 2021, again, with the promise that they were going to usher the Gambia into a third republic. And they wasted all the 2021, the whole of 2022, the whole of 2023, and now 2024, when elections is just less than a year or more, they come back again with the constitution, not learning from the past. That it's not easy to have this kind of agreement under such a difficult lawmaking. Knowing very well also that the past constitution had issues of areas that agreement was difficult to reach. And they deliberately waited until now. Again, we should soon be knocking the streets of the Gambia and Bantabas, canvassing for votes for the next presidential election. And here they are again. What is this government's commitment in ushering this country into a third republic? Honorable Speaker, it is a privilege for me to have taken the floor on this very important motion. Yes, it is a fact that most Gambians wanted a new constitution. That is true. Nobody will dispute that. The Africa Barometer, I think, came out with the results. Agreed. Even though some of the predictions later were faulted by the government. But they agreed that by that barometer, many Gambians want a new constitution, which is true. Nobody will deny that. But Gambians do not want any other constitution. Not any other constitution do we want. No, we don't. We needed a constitution, but not every constitution. We need a constitution that is progressive. That's what the Gambians are yearning for. And the 2024 is not one of them. So therefore, I cannot support it. Thank you very much, Majority Leader. I'm happy that I have debated on the 2020 draft. It is interesting, even though it is history. I have witnessed in this very chamber faces
that jubilated when they killed the 2020 draft. And they didn't only kill the draft on their own will. The government was behind them. The cabinet was also behind them. Because immediately after the CRC presented their report to government, we have seen cabinet ministers, we have seen presidential advisors take up the media, radio and newspapers saying that they will never allow that to go. Honorable Speaker, allow me to say this in Mandinka. Mandingol ko ni friending ko sound bitak sound bitak started on sol. I'm a flakeable. Which simply means that if the presidential advisors can come open and say we are going to kill this constitution, and the president is mute about it, it's an agreement. That's why I said it was not killed through the members, but actually it was government that was behind it. Honorable Speaker, it was very unfortunate. I can fully remember I used to sit on the seat where the Gara West is sitting, facing the nominated member, former nominated member. Oh, can I name his name? You know, he was chanting and he took the draft and threw it down. And some members are saying that we are going to use this as toilet rolls. Can you imagine that? Where we spend 116 million Gambian taxpayers' money? Unfortunate. However, that is history now. Honorable Speaker, the draft before us is the making of nothing less than 20 Gambians in the name of cabinet. And I have always said that here, this cabinet is quite different from previous cabinets. They are a composition of intellectuals. Nobody can doubt that. But surprisingly, the output of the 2024 draft does not match with intellectual abilities. I don't expect that I will win that from our cabinet full of intellectuals. Honorable Speaker, when they did what they did, fine. Where I faulted them, they should have subjected that draft that they have made to the Gambian public so that the public can have their input and they can incorporate some of those inputs before gazetting it. But immediately when they were done with their draft, they rushed it to gazette it and then bring it to these chambers. The entire public had no chance of having their input in the draft. It was when it was gazetted, the public had access to it, and then people started to make comments. And there is no way those comments could have been incorporated. Because this parliament here would not allow this draft 2024 to pass today. It's going to end today. Just equally like 2020 draft ended here. This 2024 is going to end here today. No doubt about that. Honorable Speaker, yes, it contains some very progressive clauses which has been chanted. Yes, which has been chanted. When I said it contains some very progressive clauses, let me learn majority. It has been chanted here and it will continue to be chanted. Term limit, 50 plus 1. Fine, it's a progressive clause. But that is not all about a progressive constitution. It may be a progressive clause, but does not mean it's a progressive constitution. Honorable Speaker, that is why the Gambia wanted a progressive constitution. What do we want? Accountability. Yes, and so speakers that are going to come after me especially in the other camp of my friends, will come with defenses. We know that. But your defenses are going to be meaningless because it's not going to benefit you. Come with your defenses. But it's going to end here today. That's the fact. Honorable Speaker, Gambians don't want a presidential nomination of 5. And Honorable Speaker, I have no issues about the ability and qualifications and the contributions of the 5 nominated members of the president in these chambers. I have no doubt about them. They are all capable, their inputs are valuable, and I am in no way underrating their ability in this parliament. But I am only against the process of a president giving the powers to nominate 5 members of the National Assembly. Each of us, or many of us, are voted in thousands. If you add 5, you are talking about 20, 50, 60, 100,000 votes. You take that and give that power to one person to give an equivalent of 100,000 votes is unfair. That's my position. But not about the people who are occupying the places of nominated members. And the more so, this very constitution is now, or has now given the powers to the president to even sack them. That is very unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. You don't want a scenario when the president nominates and again that president then has the power to sack you, meaning that he will remote control whoever he nominates here. Otherwise, he'll just sack you. And nobody wants to be sacked here. I don't want to be sacked by my electorates anyway. And I don't think any of them would want to be sacked by the chief, who's going to be the president. No. The future people who will be nominated, or even the continuation of the 5, would not want to be sacked. That is a very bad kind of constitution. So, meaning that we are concentrating too much power in the hands of the president. Honorable Speaker, Gambians want a constitution where powers will be checked. The president has the powers to nominate and appoint all the generals in this country. The inspector generals, the accountant generals, the auditor generals, name them, alone, without no subjection to the scrutiny of this parliament. It's not happening in progressive countries, and it's not a progressive constitution. In as much as we want the president to do that, just as we have done with certain commissions and commissioners, let the president have the powers to nominate, and subject to scrutiny will have the best out of the number he will. And still he has the power. Even if all of them are rejected, he will be the one to bring another set of people. But this 2024 draft has taken that back to the president when it was removed from. Mr. Speaker, I was privileged in one conversation, and this guy told me that what has killed the 2020 draft is what will kill the 2024 draft. And I asked, what was that? He said, the 2020 draft, the opponents are saying that, oh, they are taking all the powers from the president. But 2024 is giving all the powers to the president. So it's the same. Because all powers were taken from the president in 2024, the draft dies. 2024 is giving all powers to the president, it's dead already. So we must go back to the drawing board and see a way forward. As soon as this one is buried. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to repeat what others said, because these 126 alterations, I will just put that aside and just conclude by saying that I urge the Minister of Justice to withdraw this bill. Withdraw the bill because it's already failed, and in case it cannot be withdrawn, then I urge my colleagues from the majority side, join us, kill this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Serrekunda West. I now give the floor to the member for Banjul South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you want me to speak, but I didn't have my tag on, but nonetheless, I will still take the floor.
Sorry, Honorable.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, for me, I think my contribution is going to be very short. I didn't even raise my tag, but notwithstanding, I will still speak. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think members should respect members when they are on the floor as per our standing orders. We don't want comedians on the parliament. Mr. Speaker, for me, all I'm going to say is that there are very fundamental contents that should be in constitutions, and I think it is lacking in this constitution. We expect constitutions to be more consultative, and that is what we are appealing to the Minister of Finance to do. Some of the members have already said that this constitution, we are in a burial today. Unfortunately, I think that's how it looks. Not only in a burial, but very disappointing one, because from after the failure of the 2020 draft constitution, we were expecting a more inclusive, a more consultative, and a more progressive constitution. When we talk about democracy, we need to educate our population. And when I looked at this constitution, I think the 1997 constitution gave free education to basic and secondary. And this constitution is rather regressive. If you want a democracy in a country, you need to educate the people. And with only basic education, I don't think how we can expose our people for further education. You can't say that you have opportunity for further education if you only guarantee their basic education. That's one fundamental thing. I am an education advocacy, and I promote education. So if I don't see that in the Constitution, that's one principle that I would have expected to see. And constitutional principles are the values which underlie liberal democracy. Those principles, I think, provide the framework for what should drive as a nation, and this includes proper checks and balances. Mr. Speaker, I have always spoken against nominated members in this country, and I started it from my father, who have been a nominated member, and I still condemn that. Mr. Speaker, if the 2020 Constitution, the rejected Constitution, I will say, removed nominated members, and I think it was so welcomed by the people because of the principle. And I think that if we are going to look into a new constitution, we should consider what the Gambian population mentioned in that. I'm not saying because members have a right to reject or to accept. Unfortunately, that one was rejected. But I think if we should come back, we should look at the best from the 2020 Constitution and include it into this 2024 draft. Not remove the basic principles of democracy, which are integrity, principles of leadership. In a strong democracy, if we cannot hold our leaders accountable, I don't see how strong that democracy can be, Mr. Speaker. And the whole of Chapter 5 in the 2020 draft could have been just expunged and added to the 2020. I am so happy and glad that there is term limits, that there is 50 plus 1. But what is that? In the most progressive term limits, yet they have strong institutional structures that if they need to remove their leaders, and remove them. So for me, to be honest, I would join my colleagues on the left-hand side and just put this, not only put it in the trash, but flush it in the toilet. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Banjul South. I now invite the member for Kiang West.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, cabinet ministers here present, various institutions, civil society, media, honorable Attorney General, honorable members, sometimes I ask myself if the oppositions in this parliament definitely forget the culture in this parliament. Let me tell you one thing. If these people I am facing here, 1, 2, 3, 4, those 4 benches, if they have if there is any legal provision that gives them an opportunity, right, to pass this bill without debate, they would have done it since in the morning. They would have. We are debating because the threshold is high. Had they have any opportunity to push this even without debate since 10 a.m., we would have gone home since in the morning. But the opposition, let me tell you one thing.
There's point of order from Janjangbureh.
Honorable members, I was watching at some point one deliberation by the former President of the United States, Barack, in the British Parliament. Prior to his deliberation, the moderator who took the floor said, history is more than the path left by the past. It influences the present and can change the future. History is quite important. Honorable members, sometimes we think about our actions, consequences of our actions in this parliament, consequences of our decisions in this parliament can haunt this country for more than 30 years. And this is what is happening today. Honorable Attorney General, I could remember very well when you presented the bill for the judiciary officers' remunerations and pensions. I said this here. I said, when you presented the draft constitution, those of you who rejected that, who were in the same government with you, today you are presenting a government bill. A bill that can go to another reading, that can go to consideration stage for us to make amendment. But they say no to that. What is the difference between those two? The very government members rejected that. Government members, I am not surprised. When you rejected that, I wasn't surprised. You are fond of rejecting the businesses that come from your own government. You did it in 2020, this was in 2023, 2024, when you did, I wasn't surprised. You are fond of rejecting business from your own government. Whether it is a pretense from the government bringing those businesses, I don't know. But it's a big surprise for government to bring a business here, where thorough cabinet consultation was done, approved by the president, and comes here, you reject that one. And today we are here seated. The constitution that you want to pass, I am surprised. I am very well surprised. When you're talking about dialogue as far as constitution is concerned, constitutional building is a systematic process. A process that must be consultative and inclusive and participatory. And not only consultative, but incorporation of the ideas that you've consulted from people. You have disregarded the consultative book, the consultative draft, and you brought in a draft which was not consultative. My problem generally is about the process. Constitutional building is way beyond the content of the bill. It's about consulting people. And where those consultations start. This is why when you promulgated CRC, act from this parliament, what did you put there? Consultation from one community Bantaba to the other. I was privileged to attend Children Consultation Forum at the Rural Development Institute, where they spent more than 3-4 days. Children, underage, students from every family background, irrespective of the language and the color of their skin, converged and they expressed their views on that book. My mother, by the time, who was a market vendor, had an opportunity to express her view as to how she wants to be governed in the 2020 draft. I was opportune also to attend a public hearing in Kiang where women, irrespective of their background, age, their education background, converged and expressed opinions on that book. This is the type of consultation we're talking about. The disability. These are the consultations we are talking about. And in fact, when we converged at the conference center, this mediation was done by a very respectable person. Good luck, Jonathan. We owe him a big thank, and we must tell him thank you very much for that mediation. But to tell you, Mr. Jonathan, the clauses that we have debated on to strike a compromise, it was at some point that even the opposition was ready to strike a compromise on some of the clauses when it comes to time limit, when it comes to, how to call it, you may also talk about citizenship and other clauses. We almost strike a compromise. Wallahi, that happened. And to our greatest dismay, when the draft was gazetted, we have seen more than 100 changes. You are talking about how bad the 1997 draft constitution, 1997 constitution is. 1997 constitution, no matter how bad it is, within the entire 22 years of Jammeh rule, they were able to make not more than 52 changes, 52 amendments. Within 3-4 years span, you are able to make 120 plus amendments in a law. Which government is more bad than the other? I don't understand. That's a big irony. You wanted to sit here and witness that? To be honest, it is very painful to witness such a day. One of my senior honorable members said, there is no trust for us to push it to the next level. Let me give you those proofs. When the budget was brought in this parliament, anything that is brought in the budget as far as the state house allocation is concerned, when this parliament wants to reduce it, you always say no, and your no stands. You went to anti-corruption bill, you butchered it to zero. The illicit enrichment, unexplained wealth, that is the nucleus of that bill. It was removed. Everything was removed. If you have any opportunity to deny us to speak the right of the Gambian people, you do that. Here we have an opportunity to do that. There was a day I told minority leader, I said it's very painful, minority leader. He told me, Nimbi mutenenti lumman tenen. Minority leader, he told me that. And he told me there will be a day your minority will be important. You disregarded this caucus. Anything we advance as far as the amendment is concerned, you disregard it. You want to use your powers, your number. Thanks to the 1997 constitution that you are denying, we have this high threshold. You cannot pass this bill. In 2020, I was sitting watching from debate to voting. I watched everything. I worked seriously because I know what has happened. Sometimes people talk about only $116 million. Can you imagine? You are talking about 116 million during your debate. The electricity that was used in this chamber. Can you imagine the printing of the papers? Can you imagine the sitting allowance? Can you imagine the air-conditioned chambers? Can you imagine the water that you have used? Can you imagine the food? It is way beyond 116 million. You throw everything in trust. And some of the honorable members, when you brought the bill entitled Judicial Officers Remuneration and Pensions Bill, some honorable members stood here and said the reason why they rejected the draft constitution was because of that clause. So they are also going to reject it. I'm not going to name names. They are my friends. So they rejected that bill. I wasn't happy. And today they are here and the same clause is still in the bill and they are asking to support it. I don't know. I don't know what is happening. The inconsistency. You can see inconsistency in everything. Honorable Speaker,
there is point of order. Honorable members, order.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
There is point of order.
Clause 21, content of speech. No, 5. No member shall input improper motive to any other honorable. Only member is input improper motive to honorable members by calling on inconsistency. Inconsistency, Honorable Speaker. Inconsistency. Honorable Speaker, inconsistency. Honorable Speaker, inconsistency. That's what Honorable Member is saying.
Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, order, please. Order. Honorable member, your point of order is not sustained. Honorable member, please continue.
There is a clear lack of consistency in execution of your mandates, of your responsibilities. Several times we will debate about numerous things here. We talk about accountability. Somebody has spoken about that clause, which even pains me more. Where when the executive leaves office, the spouses of the president will not declare assets. So you want them to go and register all our assets under their spouses and they go scot-free? Those are the type of clauses you put in this. You look at the procurement clauses. Procurement clauses where cabinet members can own companies where procurement contract could be awarded to government contracts. Which government should allow that? What is wrong with putting ministers before here and ask them questions? I don't doubt any ability of any of the members. Any of the ministers are present. I don't doubt any one of them. If anybody failed to serve members of parliament to come back here, members of cabinet to come here when nominated by president to be scrutinized, to be asked questions as per their competence. That is not in this law. We are never going to allow that. And honorable members, let me remind you one thing. Please, tighten your belt very well. Because from now against the end of this legislature, today is not the last day you will be humiliated beyond disgrace. They are coming numerous times, one after the other. We've dealt with...
Point of order. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
There is a point of order.
Yeah, I'm rising on order 16. On a motion being moved that a bill be read a second time, the general merits and principles of the bill may be debated. Okay? So just to avoid and for the interest of the gallery to understand the debate, this debate is not final. So we would like all members to just debate on the merits and the principles of the bill.
Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, you know the honorable speaker made a ruling earlier on We are debating on the general merits and principles of the bill, and taking into account that it's a cross-cutting issue. So making references to other bills or other acts is not out of order. So order not sustained.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Please proceed. Honorable members, order.
I am happy, because when somebody is desperate, what can you do? Nothing. Nothing you can do. And honorable members, what I'm saying here is, this is not the last time you will face such a difficult moment. We are rejecting this bill today. Come Thursday, if God wishes, inshallah ya Rabbi, on Thursday, when we were debating on the SONA speech, I told you, please withdraw before on the 7th, and here we are on the 7th. And when I debated on 2024 SONA speech, when the president said, we hope that the constitution will go to referendum by December 2024, I thought there was no proper advice rendered to tell him the actual processes of constitutional building. Because I knew that was not going to happen, that was not feasible. In March or April, you cannot expect a constitution to go to referendum in December when it's supposed to be gazetted late in the National Assembly, go for different stages before it goes to referendum. But unfortunately, the constitution that was hoped to go to referendum in December 2024 is rejected, will be rejected on the 7th of July 2025. I never pray for this to be in your legacy as a justice minister. But this is your fate. This is your fate because your own people do not understand the process that you are on, or they do not understand their brief very well, or you do not do your work very well to brief them well. When they are rejecting numerous bills that you're bringing here that are progressive and they are rejecting them, what do you want us to do for you today? We have nothing to do for you today, rather to reject this constitution. Honorable Speaker, when I consulted Kiang West constituent members, I want to thank National Council for Civic Education for their effort. They consulted me and they went to Kiang West constituents, joined with Kombo Central, and they had an engagement with them. And I was sent their discussion and the recommendations. And I went through all the recommendations that National Council for Civic Education did. It was great. It was perfect. And we want to thank you so much, National Council for Civic Education. Despite the fact that you were not involved at the right stage, but you took it upon yourself to tour the length and breadth of this country, to consult every constituent. Even though I wasn't here, but I was told about your consultation. But the fact of the matter is that is not the beginning of the process. That is not the beginning of the process. If you go to CRC Act, it tells you the beginning of the constitutional building process. I'm not a legal practitioner. But AG, who is a legal practitioner, you know the process of a constitutional building. And some of you will be knocking your head and knocking your head until the end of the day, we are still going to reject it. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, let me make this very clear to all of you. History will judge all of us as public leaders. This term limit you are crying, so long as you don't ensure accountability and transparency in public office, we don't care about it. When there is term limit, no matter how long a leader stays in office, if there is no accountability and transparency, that makes no sense. If our leaders are spending only 5 years, if we want, let's put only 5 years in the bill, as every president. If there is no transparency, if there is no accountability, that is meaningless. That makes no sense. This is what you are envisioning here. We are never going to allow that. The leadership that we trust should be a leadership that manifests that trustworthiness and who wants accountability. How many issues were raised in this parliament with respect to accountability and transparency? They were never responded to. They were never respected. If we are saying it's the issue of 1997 Constitution, 1997 Constitution ordered us to promulgate acts of parliament, how we go by certain activities of our country. When it comes to the appointment of the paramount chief, for how long, which is a legislative provision, President refused that. Complained in this parliament for numerous times and nothing happened about it. More than $60 million is violent without the approval of the minister, which is a legislative provision. You have disregarded laws of this country numerous and numerous times. It is not about the law. It's about the government. I think we need a total character transplant, a total DNA transplant for the government. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kiang West. Honorable members, there were members who were called earlier who were not on their seat. And the outcry of the minority leader is what I realized, that members would wait if they think that they want somebody to speak before them. At the time when they have written their names, they will just go out. And then when those people are called, they come back and want to talk. I will not entertain that. This one is regards the constitutional promulgation bill, where every member is due. I will want every member to participate. But members, if you know you want to go and use the toilet, before you raise your tax, go and use the toilet until you are set. And you come in. If I call you and you go out because you want to beat the system, you will not beat me. So I will call those ones. I will stop here for the time being and call those who were out at the time I called them. All right. I now invite the honorable member for Niamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker. ML, don't tell me 5 minutes. Today we have the liberty to talk. Yes. And that we will talk. Honorable Speaker, I join my colleagues today on this important bill to add my voice. I thank the AG and also thank all honorable ministers present here, the press, my colleagues' names, and everybody seated here. Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, there was an organization assigned to go and run a tax by the executive, and that was the CRC, Constitutional Review Commission, please. Yes, they did due diligence and their work ended. They submitted this report or this document to the sole owners of the document because it is their bill. This needs to be understood because the misinformation and the misleading here is too much in this country, and it is all done with an intention of sabotage to the government, and sometimes I don't blame others because they themselves don't understand the process and the duties. This constitution, whether you mention the 2020, 2024, 2030, 2000, it is owned by the cabinet and it is presented by the cabinet. There is no 2 or 3 or 4 divisions of a draft. There is a single draft that is running through, and that those book writers can quote me through, because when you write a book, you have to run on many editions before you publish. So you can tell me that that draft of 2020 is not the same draft that we are running through. It's a process, and that you are misleading the nation. 2020, who owns 2020 draft? Who owns 2024? These are all cabinet documents. Nobody owns any one of them. No. Wait for your turn. You did your turn. I didn't disturb you. Please. They are all cabinet bills, and they are to be presented by the bill to the parliament, and for you to do due diligence that you are refusing today, covering up by many other false information. But I have said it here during the judicial bill again. I said it here, and I supported the judiciary bill. That time I have warned many of my colleagues. That time they did not understand what I was telling them. But today, most of them today are seeing it. It is our duty to sanitize all bills that are coming here. We are running away from responsibility, hiding behind misinformation and disinformation. Some of you don't even understand what you are supposed to do, why you are here. It is a pity. No, it is a pity on us. That is the whole house. It's a pity.
Point of order.
Listen.
Can we hear the point of order, please?
Honorable Speaker, 29(5). No member shall impute improper motives to any other member. He's telling that members, they don't know what they are doing in this house. We know what we are doing in the house. Don't tell us that.
Honorable, that is very common. That's a common language in Parliament.
Thank you. Then, Honorable Speaker, with due respect, if they know, they are refusing now. They are refusing to do their duties, and the nation is watching, and they will be judged by their kids. He himself, Central Baddibu, mentioned here that he knew the trick of the government, that they want to rely on the 1997 constitution. That's why they are playing the game. Knowing that now, why can't he do justice and bring the new constitution for the nation and his kids? Then therefore, your child will judge you posterity, because your child will lay hands on this document one day, and he will found it best documents ever. The Constitution of the Gambia was presented here in this National Assembly, and you refuse to do your job.
Honorable, address me.
Mr. Speaker, at this point, I will also tell you that consultation was done perfectly, length and breadth of the country. Yes, they've even mentioned themselves. There are many consultations that we have. I cannot just mention all of them, but a few. According to them, even the Good Luck Jonathan Foundation came here, and we are all seated. Some of them are saying that we were never seated for this constitution. So I can just see a drama, I can see conspiracy, I can see a misunderstanding of what people are supposed to do itself. And I can also see lack of willing to do duties. Mr. Speaker, the NCCE conducted a sensitization or a consultation forum in my constituency in Niamina West at Choya, where the 3 Niaminas were gathered, and many others by Gambia participate. IRI, they engage us intensively on this document. The Human Rights Commission, I can mention a lot. I just don't want to go deep into that. But for consultation, no one can stand here and you say this document is not well consulted. Of all, the CRC itself made a lot of consultation, and I stand say it is the same document that we are working on. Where are the consultations that were made by the CRCD itself? So you want to cancel that? It is the same document. Tell me, is it a new draft that is brought from scratch? Please, leave the misinformation and the information. Leave misunderstanding of the populace. But you can only succeed with few. The Gambian people are aware. The Gambian people are aware. They are seated and watching at you. If you think that you are putting this to a minister or to a president, believe me, you are failing yourself. You are failing your own duties. Because this is not for the minister. This is for you to celebrate after successfully passing a new constitution during your term in parliament. This is for the work of the parliament. The minister have done his side of it. Honorable Speaker, I think I will not waste my time much because allow me to quote this. Mandinka said, Mandinkolko, ni mo be sino la isaku nino ni hatte ke dro abe wullale. But ni mo ya fan sinondi, iba fala barata wulla. Al yal fan sinondi. So I will not disturb myself on you people.
Point of order. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Yes, may I hear your point of order?
Point of Honorable Speaker.
Order, please.
No.
Honorable.
This member keep referring to you as Mr. Speaker. You are Honorable Speaker.
Which order? Which order? Please.
27-1. No, 27-2. A member elected for the constituency shall be referred to as honorable. He keep mentioning Mr. Speaker. You are a honorable person. Huh?
All right, honorable member for Niamina.
Thank you, honorable, for reminding me. Then, honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, reminding me, honorable Speaker.
Honorable. I don't know why you are so curious. Wait for the ruling. Yes, honorable member, refer to me as honorable, please. Honorable.
Okay, honorable Speaker. Just to mention few convincing points that would have allowed these people, or would have allowed members of the parliament in general to give a chance for the consideration stage. Then the rest can be sanitized. We can fight within ourselves. We can push and pull up. We can lobby each other to fix the rest or delete what we want to delete. That is our job to do. And that's why we are here. Why are we shying away from that or running away from that responsibility? Who will come here to do that for us? Now, some of these speakers have elaborated on some of them, but particularly the diaspora election would have come better. But I can see again, you are playing a game and don't want this diaspora election. You just want to hang out on us. But it would have been better this constitution passed to give a chance for the diaspora voting. But you are refusing that clearly, and it's on the records. Honorable Speaker, on conclusion, once upon a time again, I will give you my final. Yes, it's a moral story, and I will beg to say it in Mandinka, so that to the better understanding of the people, it's records. Honorable Speaker, there is a storytelling in Fulla, but I will say it in Mandinka. Honorable Speaker, Sango and Suluo. Suluo e Sango bayinde a bayinde fa dundi tungo kono. Sango dunta tungo kono Suluo ya la bloketen pour ka Sango singo muta ka sabaka bondi. Ay Sango singo muta ba sabala. Sango kay ko no ye yiri bulole muta. Suluo yiri bulo nyimbula. Another sorry siluo e sango ni na singo bula anata yiri bulo ni muta abe o sabakan sango be nguntula abe wurla kafa en singo bula. Mr. Honorable Speaker, this story is about to happen to the National Assembly. And the National Assembly should be very much careful and considerable. And one of my colleagues is fond of saying, you need prayers. He needs prayers, Kansala. But the National Assembly needs prayers as we are talking. Honorable Speaker, please, I beg my leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Niamina West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jimara.
Order, please. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand on all existing protocols. I want to register my appreciation and also to thank the government of the Gambia for fulfilling their constitutional mandate. Honorable Speaker, at some point I've gotten to a point of no return. A point of no return is a point at which when a person is disappointed, beyond an expression. I've been sitting here since in the morning listening to some of my senior colleagues, senior members of the National Assembly. But I don't want to debate that. Honorable Speaker, the Gambian people, as it's been put by some of the members, want a constitution that will empower the citizens of the Gambia to put checks and balance on the executive and whosoever is being mandated under the constitution of the Gambia to execute a service. But Honorable Speaker, I ask myself, how do we get them, or how do we empower the Gambian people to put checks and balance on the executive? If we as National Assembly members are willing, as my senior man has put it, or are running away from our own responsibility. Honorable Speaker, today I stand tall as one of the members that stand here and against killing bills at this consideration, at the second reading stage. There is a reason why the Constitution or the standing orders provide for such provisions. Because they understand, the drafters of those constitutions and the standing orders understand that no bill or no report will be perfect. That's why it is giving us, the members, the opportunity and the power to service whatever has been brought to us by the executive. Honorable Speaker, I had members speaking about that bill being crafted by all 25 people or 25 members of the cabinet. But they are forgetting that this National Assembly that we are all here shouting, we are only 58 members. That means 57 members, excluding the Speaker. But we are here to speak on behalf of our people, to make sure we empower them, as you put it, to be able to put checks and balance on the executive that produced this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, there is a reason why the Constitution is called a bill. A bill is a proposal. A proposal from the government where they put provisions that they think these are the right provisions to be able to govern the country. That is their mindset, is only their idea, it's a proposal. You and I are elected to be able to craft and make laws. That's why we have processes, that's why we have procedures, and that's why we have stages of lawmaking. Here, I shall never be a sniper because I have never gotten a military training. And I don't want members of parliament to see themselves as a sniper. Honorable Speaker, our responsibility as parliamentarians is to receive bills from the executive, from committees, or even from individual parliamentarians to be able to govern or address certain issues of the country. But the responsibility here is for the committee of the whole house to sit and consider what is being proposed to be able to give the Gambian people what they deserve. If you fail to get to that stage, you are not only failing yourself, or you are not only failing the country, but you are failing yourself. Because the Constitution provided for you and empower you to make laws. Honorable Speaker, I stand to vote to get this bill, not to pass the bill, but to get the bill to the start or the consideration stage. My reason is that I'm a lawmaker. I have my reservations. I cannot incorporate these reservations, or I cannot make any changes or incorporate my views and the views of my people if I do not get to the consideration stage. Whatever we are doing here, whatever we are saying, we have a lot of genuine, concerns, but these concerns are fruitless if we are not allowing ourselves to get to the consideration stage. And I don't want members to deny themselves in making laws because we have a responsibility to make a law. Honorable Speaker, I don't know how to express it. When I see members jubilating and celebrating that this constitution or the bill is going to be buried 1 million feet, as they put it. And they said that is a victory for them. Honorable Speaker, my victory, to me, victory is not by winning wars. Victory is by doing the right thing to me. Victory is doing the right thing and following my own conscience to be able to represent my people. If I should stand alone to vote for the bill to progress to the next stage, Honorable Speaker, I would happily and gratefully do that. Because I know my responsibility as a parliamentarian, and I don't want to do otherwise. So I want to beg members of the parliament to look beyond personal interests. Some members here, their deliberation, they've said it clearly that bills were rejected here. When they were being rejected, we did not consider today. Because some of these bills have been introduced by them. To me, that is personal. It is when you fail to convince me to support a provision from a bill and I have no other means to get it to another level, then I will show you the other side of me. That is no. But that shouldn't be personal. You cannot reject or kill a constitution at the second reading simply because you brought a bill and it fails to make it. Then you are representing yourself, but not the people of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, with these simple remarks, I thank you for the opportunity and thank everyone for your kind attention. Then I take my leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jimara. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Baddibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my deliberation here is going to be the views and aspiration of the people of Lower Baddibu on this draft constitution. after making series of consultations with the people of Lower Baddibu and the Lower Baddibu within the greater Banjul area, and of course the Lower Baddibu in the diaspora, we've realized that Gambia needs a new constitution. The constitution that is going to represent the whims and caprices of Gambian people. And we believe the 2020 draft is the people's draft. That was the message sent to me by my people. Honorable Speaker, you have started it. Honorable Speaker, I see this thing as an irony. The people who rejected 2020 draft, some of them are here, are the same people talking to us to adopt the 2024 draft. That's a double standard. And in fact, I went through this particular 2024 draft. There are a lot of changes that has been made, more than 100. More than 100. And we believe that if 2020 draft was allowed to come in, we will have an opportunity to sanitize it, so that the government people, so that what the government people desire, we will of course not give them that. But what we are seeing here now is, like what my honorable colleague said. He said all these two bills emanate from the executive, which of course I have no doubt about that. But the government people or the executive is there to serve the aim of the government people. What they desire for. It's not that they are serving their own interests. No. If there is no Gambia, there is nothing like executive. The fact that we have Gambia or executive, they are there to serve the interests of the Gambian people. And the Gambian people, their document is 2020 draft. I see no reason why the minister responsible of this draft, the Justice Minister, should not bring that draft to this August Assembly, so that we can have an opportunity to sanitize it and give the Gambian people what they want. One of the members said here, he served the previous parliament, that is the 5th legislature. He said if the 2020 draft happened to be here, he's going to kill it. That was a big mistake of him, in my view, because he was part and parcel of the people who rejected that constitution. And now we are trying to tell the people that this is our stand on this issue. All these previous speakers from the I call the leftists, they are trying to condemn us. The stand that I am taking here is not my personal stand. I can swear to Quran. I have made series of consultations with my people. They are not in for this 2024 draft, because what they are saying is the 2024 draft was designed and structured to meet the interests of an individual. That's the president. Yes, of course. If you say, whoa, that's not my problem. That's the truth. No, sorry, that is the truth. The 2020 draft, the reason why it was rejected here, all of us, we all know it. We were here. You know it better than myself because you were here. You are part of those people who rejected it. So what we are saying is point of observation, please. Thank you. No. What is that? Observation or what? No. We believe the principle of constitution is to enhance democratic values. And that democratic values is being embedded in the 2020 draft. It is nowhere, I'm not saying the entire 2024 draft is bad. I cannot say that. But what we want, what we desire for, is not found in 2024 draft. This is the reason why my people said, I'll knock it, I tell you. And I'm going to knock it, I tell you, inshallah, Rabbi. Oh, of course. They said, I'll knock it, I tell you. In fact, it was only 3-4 days ago. I had an engagement with Gambia Participate in my house because I went there. Thank God, when they came, by the time they were, they came in, already more than 400 people were in my compound. And these are all the people of Lower Baddibu. That has given me an opportunity to once again hear their views on this 2024 draft. Various speakers spoke on this 2024 draft. None of them has mentioned the approval of this 2024 draft. All of them went against it. They further asked me my personal opinion, like what the Honorable Foni Bintang and I said in Mandinka. Ila, I will never align myself with this 2024 draft because it is not the people's draft. If you want us, had it meant you wanted people to make a compromise, they would have brought in the 2024 draft. There, we can of course strike a deal. 2020 draft, sorry, 2020 draft. There we can strike a deal. But 2024, few people, less than 50 people, sit at their comfort zone to decide the fate of this country. No way, we will not be part and parcel of it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Baddibu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sanimentereng.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Once I left my seat to use the restroom. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and fellow Gambians, there are those who want to make us believe that the opinion of ordinary Gambians are no longer important. That the only voice that worth hearing is the voice of the President and his cabinet. Honorable Speaker, I do not share that belief because I know my people. The voice of my constituency has always been clear, courageous, and consistent. They did not send me here to warm the seat, but to be their voice, to be their representative. Honorable Speaker, my people are not speculators. In democracy, they are courageous participants, and history has shown that. Honorable Speaker, we were the first in this nation to elect a woman representative in this National Assembly of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, once we were the first, not to make a point, but not to make progress. Honorable Speaker, I am honored to be the second woman whom they have chosen. The second woman whom they have chosen, not a symbol, but as a voice. So being the voice of the voiceless, who are the people of my constituency, Honorable Speaker, and through me, they continue to speak. Honorable Speaker, that is why I cannot in good faith support this 2024 draft constitution, which is commonly known as Barrow draft constitution. Honorable Speaker, we support the People's Constitution. The 2024 draft was shaped in gardens, markets, mosques, and churches. It carries the spirit of women who toil the soil. Honorable Speaker, the dreams of so many young people that draft our draft and written not just in ink, but in the blood, sweat, and tears of my people. Honorable Speaker, so I decided this not of an anger, but out of loyalty that those who sent me here. Loyalty to a legacy that began before me and will be left here after when I am gone. Honorable Speaker, we cannot support Barrow's constitution, never on this earth. We support people's constitution because that is democracy, and that is what my people deserve. Sanimentereng constituency, and of course Gambia at large, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the affirmation or the quota system may be represented. What form this is, or in what form does it come into this constitution, or does it appear in this constitution? We cannot be calling it an affirmative or an affirmation or a quota system, when in the 2020 draft constitution, it catered 14 people. And this Barrow or 2024 draft constitution has reduced it.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Yes, Honorable Member, you don't use the President's name.
Honorable Speaker, can I still proceed with my point of order? So please refrain the use of Barrow Constitution.
Refrain from using his personal name.
What is before you is 2024 draft.
Even you, Honorable Member, we don't use your name, we use your consequency. So please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Speaker. I'll say the President's Constitution. The President's Constitution cannot be supported by the people of my constituency.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Speaker.
Cannot be called the President's Constitution. What is before you here?
Honorable members, can we listen to the Honorable Member for Kantora, please?
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 29, subclause 5. No member shall impute improper motive on another member. You can use the President's name or tag a constitution to a president. You can do that. What is before you here is 2024 draft constitution. Restrict on that. Thank you.
Point of order, point of order.
I am dealing with a point of order that is not resolved.
Yeah, because it's not correct, in fact.
Pardon?
No, the one that he quoted is not correct.
You are not the speaker.
He said a member. A president is not a member of the house.
Even though?
No.
No.
He said, what, may I hear you, Honorable Member for Central Baddibu?
One that he raised, he said, input improper motive to a member. I said the president is not a member of the house.
Indeed.
The standing order that says you should not mention the president's name, that one is there.
Yes. But it is very clear that you cannot call it the president's bill. The president has not tabled the bill before us. You know, you cannot make that turn to say it's the president's bill. Please, honorable members, we are having decent debate. We are dealing with a very critical thing in the life of the Gambian people. Let's go to the points and come out with our views without making any other unnecessary cajoling of people or others. Please, let's go to issues. Can you come up, Honorable Member for Sanimentereng?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the 2024 draft constitution, which had catered a reduction of 7 female members on affirmative action or the quota system. I cannot even digest that, Honorable Speaker, because when this constitution really, or the drafters of this constitution really mean to observe the quota system, they wouldn't have reduced any woman, no single seat for a woman representative. Because for the fact that women are the majority in this country and the voice of women needs to be heard clearly. Honorable Speaker, in the last legislature, which was the 5th legislature, we had 6 women representatives, and now it has reduced to 5 women representatives, regardless of nominated members, which is their right, of course, because the Constitution had given them all right, the President, to nominate 5 other members. which 2 were women. And honorable members, who knows whether there will be any elected woman. And during elections in 2022, 19 women contested, and out of that 19 women, only 3 were elected. So in observing 14 seats for women on quota system, I think they should have maintained that when we are really serious in bringing this constitution. I think the drafters or those who brought, or someone who brought this bill to the assembly, just brought it for the sake of bringing it, just to satisfy the donors, just to satisfy the people outside, but I don't think they really mean of bringing this constitution or the draft constitution to this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, based on that alone, Honorable Speaker, I think I have tied a very big head tie today, and which I am ready to put this draft constitution, 2024 draft constitution, tie it strongly, and then just throw it in the ozone of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it was mentioned that we, the majority camp, do not know our reasons of being here in this chamber or in this parliament. Honorable Speaker, this was just said by a member, the minority camp. It was clearly mentioned here. I cannot be distracted. It was clearly mentioned here. We, the minority camp, do not know the reason of being here, Honorable Speaker, which was clearly mentioned by a member who could not even differentiate between the CRC and RCR. It is a shame on him. When you cannot differentiate between RCR and CRC, who conducted this survey, I think this is a shame on you, and you need to rectify yourself, Honorable Speaker. So as I said, based on the draft, the 2024 draft constitution not observing clearly the stand of women, the majority being women in this constitution, in this country rather, and the youths of this country being the second majority, I stand by the people who try to throw this draft constitution into the ozone. And I will not do justice, Honorable Speaker, without thanking the NCCE. Thank you very much for the effort that you've been doing throughout the country. Thank you very much for going across the country just to make sure that people understand the draft constitution, despite the fact that you did justice.
Honorable, you are not addressing any other person. You are addressing
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Member for Sanimentereng. You address me. Don't address individuals.
No problem.
Here.
No problem,
Please.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand in this floor of the Assembly, of the Chamber, to thank NCCE for the job well done that they've conducted throughout the country to make sure that Gambians understand the 2024 draft constitution, and also to know the difference between the 2020 and the 2024 draft constitution, as well as the 1997 constitution. They have done a job well done, and they deserve a congratulations from me, and of course from all the members. And on that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sanimentereng. I now call on the Honorable Member for Upper Fulladu West. No, Lower Fulladu West.
Speaker, when I stand on the floor, some people will start trembling now, especially those I'm facing, because they know. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. This morning, there is a sound in Fulladu, and the message is, Honorable Mbalo, do extend the message of the people of Fulladu to your colleagues in the National Assembly. Let them not slam the door of reform, meaning that the people of Fulladu want reform. And one of the reforms they are anticipating is to ensure that there is a new constitution. And they want that constitution to be a constitution that will pass the test of time. And there is a heat debate currently going. I want to join my colleagues to bury this constitution. it is going to be buried. Reasons are as follows. The threshold clearly explained that we will not have the number to able to pass it. And because of that, why do I have to stand and waste my defending something when I know the threshold have put it down? And I have joined you people already. I have joined you people already. But my people are concerned. What they are concerned about it? Gambians have attributed the 1997 constitution to Jammeh. Gambians have attributed the 2020 draft to Dabo. Gambians have attributed the 2024 to Barrow. Which kind of nation do we want to build? This is very sad, and we feel we could be comfortable. This is a very sad moment. I am elected. One of the biggest privilege I should have today is to enact or vote for a constitution to pass. That will pass on the legislature of the 6th legislature. But unfortunately, the bad blood of the 5th legislature continue to follow us in the 6th legislature. As a result, we cannot pass. There are people that supported it yesterday. And this is sad. Because this is the time that the Gambian people, we know from the surveys, from results, that Gambians want a new constitution. And I look at the new constitution, there is term limit. I look at this thing, there is what we want is to repeal the outdated law. And then in this new constitution, there is an expanded human right provision, expanded. We know currently in the 1997 is there, but with this one, it's expanded. And then also the reason why I feel it's a sad nation, political party regulations. In this constitution, we have political party regulation. How can somebody lead a political party for 30 years? Are you the owner of that party? And we want to take this country as a serious? This is what is going to address that. But we said no, we want to continue, go with the same thing. That is, even our political parties not to be regulated by law. And the other issue is they said disclose of assets. This is the time that we expect the executive to disclose their assets before and after. And in this constitution is there. Is there. And as a result now, what we are now looking into is there. Now what we are looking into, either the 2020 draft belonging to a set, that set will continue to deny any progressive thing. And we as National Assembly members, we have proof failing the nation. Lawmaking is fundamental principle that we are elected for. Why do we want to dodge away from making that law? We have the opportunity in this bill, we have the opportunity to do a lot of amendments. The executive have brought something to us. It is our duty bound to do the needful. And if we want to put it there, that means that the executive been vindicated because they have done what they want to do. It is the responsibility of National Assembly members to legislate it. And now we want to say, no, we are not doing our job. That's why when the elders speak, we find it. Wuli West have said it. This is a process. We have the opportunity to do a consultation. And my colleague from Sanimentereng just cleared out. He said the civic education, NCC, I don't know, NCCE, you know, the international idea, Gambia participate, they all do a lot of consultation, and even the civil society organization. They even give us their position on this thing. But they feel that we should graduate from sending out this important document, just like that. Just like that. And now, who is going to be blamed? Gambians are saying that the 1997 is no more testing time. Gambians have learned the lessons of throwing out the 2020 draft. Now Gambians, again, we want to subject the same Gambians to go with this thing. I feel there are a lot of opportunities that we can do. And this is not going to be fair onto the Gambian public. Throwing the bill is as easy doing it. But we owe obligation to this nation. And because of that, I think this nation needs prayers. Because if we are running away from our own responsibility, and we are going to be consumed because 1997, some people supporting 1997 because they aligned to Jammeh, somebody supporting the 2020 draft because they feel that belongs to Dabo, or somebody supporting the 2024 because it belongs to Barrow, and then we still feel that we are sincere and we have that nationalism in us. It's high time we diffuse all these things and go and feel what the Gambian people need. There is a survey that was conducted, and this survey clearly said that 67% of the Gambian people need a new constitution. Now, why do we talking in this? And now, in fact, some of us, I disagree that we were not consulted. We were consulted. I remember International Idea, I remember Gambia Participate, Activist Gambia, and also Goodluck Jonathan, and we already come into censorship. But the unfortunate story, when we go out, we are either carried out by partisan, and that partisan is going to continue. Hence, the threshold remains where it is. I don't like it. I have no option. But understanding the threshold, being a smart parliamentarian, is dead. And I join you people to kill it. But that's not my wish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Fulladu West.
He said he's observing me. I give chance.
He said what?
No, he said he's observing me.
No, I give you, Honorable Member for Sanimentereng. Don't be sitting there and shouting, please. Honorable Member, what is the problem?
He said he wants to observe me. I give him. No. He's observing me.
Thank you very much, Member for Lower Fulladu West, to observe him that indeed the remarks or submission that have been made here that accountability and transparency is not embedded in the Constitution are false and they are misleading. Disclosure obligation of the President is there. So people should stop giving wrong information, giving fallacies to the masses. Standing here, making those kind of false information, fallacies, trying to play with the gallery. Disclosure obligation is there. So don't fool people that disclosure is not there. There is accountability and transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for observing me. Well, on my concluding remarks, let's agree that today as legislators we have failed one of our key mandates, not allowing this bill to be scrutinized.
Honorable, how can you say we have failed when decisions are not taken?
Yes, the reason, sorry Mr. Speaker.
The decision is not taken, it's going to be speculative. You cannot say we have failed when the decisions have not been taken.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want you to look at the trading debate and looking at also the trade.
You can say you believe that it may be, but you said we have failed when we have not taken decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm analyzing based on the trading debate and also the threshold that clearly indicates that where we are going. We are seeing it. Because I said, because being a smart parliamentarian, I understand where it is, that's why I'm going there. Even though I don't want to be there. Understanding the trading debate. That's why I said this one is dead. And I contribute. I'm joining them to kill it. Thank you.
Honorable, I now call upon the Honorable Member for Sabach Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Ministers who've taken their time and also members of this society, especially civil society organizations who've taken their time to join us on this important day. I believe that even the chamber knows that this day is very, very important, because the chairs can tell they are very new. So that tells how important this day is. Honorable Speaker, I want to begin my speech by quoting from one Usman Jammeh, who has written a book on constitutionalism in the Gambia. And in his book he says, I quote, "All written constitutions are man-made laws and therefore not cast in iron and stone. As such, any mundane law, no matter how perfectly conceived and drafted, will in time show the inevitable fallibility of mortals, including mistakes, oversights, and impractical drawbacks. Invariably, the truth of above dynamics is incontestable, and as such, the dynamics calls for review or reforms to ensure continuity and efficacy. So what does that tells me is that constitutional review process is indefinite, because with time people try to say, okay, these laws are no more in line with the happenings of the society, and as a result amendments are made here and there. The honorable member for Wuli East have really highlighted enough reasons, more than enough reasons why we should allow the Constitution to go to the next stages. Because, you know, we used to have what you call colonial constitutions back in 1946 to 1962. But, Honorable Speaker, after the failure of the drafted 1965 Constitution, members of the political parties, civil society organizations, Gambians, including those in the protectorate, call for constitutional reform. You see, what the Attorney General is doing today, many people are blaming him for bringing this before us. Some call this constitution the Barrow Constitution, or the Attorney General's Constitution, or the NPP Constitution. But history will tell you that the 1970 Constitution, which was toppled in 1994, was as a result of a resolution that was passed by the National Executive Committee of the then PPP government. They passed a resolution that the government should come up with a new constitution, which is called the Republican Constitution. And as a result, the former president, may his soul rest in peace, Sadauda Jawara, informed the House of Representatives then of his intention to table a draft constitution. And this is because of a National Executive Committee's resolution of PPP, of the party PPP. They passed a resolution that they needed a new constitution. And they were then in power. When the then president presented this said constitution to the House of Representatives, the UP-led coalition went against it. So it is normal that we have seen individuals, some members of the society, some politicians going against this. It's normal routine. But then they allowed it to pass through a process. It was allowed to pass through the process of referendum, to allow the people to also have their voices on how they want to be governed. As a result, over 70.5% of the population then approved that said 1970 constitution. And that was the constitution that ruled us until it was toppled in 1994. So that same constitution was tabled by the then Attorney General, who was M.L. Saho. He tabled that constitution before the House of Representatives. So what the Attorney General is doing is not gullet, you know. It has been happening. So that constitution being overthrown, we now said, okay, there is a new government coming up led by the junta. You see, sometimes when I stand here and say the former President Jammeh was very intelligent, some people will criticize me for saying that. But I think he was a very intelligent somebody. When they came up, the agreement that he had with his junta members was to rule for 4 years, and then they allow us to go back to civilian rule. But this is why betrayal is very bad. You see, some of you are quoting what happened in 2020. But it was all because of what? Betrayal. Coalition members set up a government, brought themselves together, sold their agenda to people, that they want to come up with constitutional reform process that will allow the Gambia to move from 1997 constitution to a new constitution. And now, after 3 years, they themselves, the coalition members, separated themselves, betrayed themselves, and said to the Gambian people, we were the ones who promised you that we are coming up with a new constitution. But now we are taking the backseat. You know why? Because they tried it and then went to the streets and said, you know what? We want the president to come down. We want him to leave the government. And the president said, I am considering the constitution, which is the supreme law of the nation. So he took what the mandate that was given to him by the Gambian people, and not the mandate that the so-called coalition members thought they gave the president. It was given to him by who? By the members of the society. So when they tried it, which they call the so-called 3 years Jotna, it didn't work. They said, okay, now let's use the law and then craft a law, bring it before the National Assembly, because we are now divided and we know that we have majority in the parliament. As a result, let's put it in a lawful way of removing him. And that was their primary interest. And this is one of the key reasons why the draft 2020 failed vehemently. That's the fact. Because the president was also advised that, look, if you don't wake up and talk to few members, genuine members of the National Assembly, who are going to make sure that they defend the constitution of this country, who gives you the mandate to rule us for 5 years, billahi, if you don't take your stand on this, you allow this constitution to pass, they will move a motion before the National Assembly to make it lawfully removing you as the president of the country. And this is the advice that he knows that was happening. And in the best interest of the nation, in the best interest of this country, and in the best interest of our constitution and people who put him into office, I believe that those who voted against it, this was one of the reasons why they went against it. Even though I wanted it to go through the process of amendments so as to make it befitting for the Gambian people. But it was rather unfortunate that it was rejected. It's all lingering behind what they call betrayal. So I come back to 1994. Jammeh and his team promised the Gambians that after 4 years of civilian rule, we are coming back. After 4 years of military rule, we will come back to junta, to civilian rule, sorry. But because of betrayal, Jammeh also being so smart, knows that there were people within his camp that wanted to betray him. These are revelations from the hearings that we had over the TRRC. He then said, you know what? Let me take this back to the people. Then he asked the then CRC to review the 1970 Constitution and bring a draft. Because then there was no parliament. It was just through decree number 33. There was no parliament by then. But now we have a parliament who can allow the Constitution to pass through the process and do the necessary amendments to make sure that we have all the issues that are being addressed by our constituents to be addressed in this constitution. So, even though the CRC then report was not even published to give the members of the society ample time to look at the clauses of that constitution, but then it was allowed also to pass through a referendum. So you see, the 1970, even though opposed by the UP and its led coalition, it was allowed to go through the process. The 1997 constitution was also allowed to pass through the process, even though it was opposed by the members of the society and some civil society organizations. So who are we to say, no, we are not going to also do the same thing? We are not very much more intelligent than those who allowed us to have the opportunity to be ruled for 29 years with a constitution, and also for more than 20 years with the constitution that we still have in place. So that CRC report was never given time, and then fast forward, they just went ahead and then approved that CRC draft constitution by a way of referendum. And that is why we have the 1997 constitution. You see, there are key things that this 1997 constitution have addressed. But you see, I will thank the National Council for Civil Education, and Gambia participates. It was unfortunate I could not attend, but I got report from my secretary, whom I assigned to go and attend their consultation. And they have given me positive feedbacks. But do you know that one of them said, you people call for democracy, and democracy is a rule of law which allows people to think and which gives us the opportunity, you know, to participate in political, in elections by making our choices of our own. I said yes. He said, now, how about if you put a clause in the constitution which says Mr. X, who have ruled the Gambia for 10 years, cannot participate in a presidential elections. And I, as a person, this is the same Mr. X that I want to be my president in the next 5 years. You are denying me of my political right. This is the way he is thinking. He is saying that if you put it as a law, he will not be given the opportunity to what? Elect the same person who have ruled him for 10 years, and that is the same person he wants to rule, him to be ruled for the next 5 years. So you are talking about democracy. So it's critical in nature. The law is very critical. You are saying it's democracy. People should be given the right to choose who they want to be voted as president. And now you put a clause, a law, that is denying him from choosing the same person who have ruled him for 10 years. This is his argument. This is a layman who, you know, sells firewood in the bush. He is thinking along those lines. So you see that constitution is something that is very delicate. We cannot all agree into terms, but we have to what? Reach what you call a compromise. For the general good of the nation. It transcends, as the Attorney General says, it transcends beyond political lines. This does not belong to UDP, neither does it belong to NPP, nor does it belong to DOI or NRP. It belongs to the Gambian people. So whatever we are doing today, we have to remember that we are doing it for today and for the foreseeable future. Honorable Speaker, the present Chief Justice, back in the days in 1997, when the Constitution was passed, he said, and I quote, you see, sometimes it is very important we listen to people who are very learned with the law. These are people who interpret the law, and it's very important we understand that they also make laws, because judicial precedents are also laws. So he said that the Constitution made some significant advances in governance, while also having undesirable features. That is the 1997 he was referring to. So no matter what, I'm very surprised that the member for Banjul South, who met me, outside few months ago, telling me that I am thinking of bringing a bill that will make sure that it caters for the quota system. And here we are, a constitution is considering bringing a quota system, and you are here rejecting that constitution. So what are we thinking of? The member for Sanimentereng is somebody who is known for fighting for women's rights in the floor of the house. But today you are here. There is a clause that says it will give opportunity to women for them to participate in politics, and also give them a quota for them to be seated here and make laws that will guide us as Gambians. And you are here rejecting that. I cannot understand sometimes when members speak. Is it that we are moved by some other things or some influential people or what? Honorable Speaker, some said consultations were not done. Fine, you may say consultations were not done. But to be honest, I have attended series of consultations. And during those consultations, I have seen some members in attendance who are here today saying that they were not consulted. Gambia participated. Good Luck Jonathan and his team, International Idea, you name them. And even though if consultations were not done, now you have the opportunity for you to do your own consultations. That is by allowing it to go through the process, and then you do your own consultations at your own level. I swear, before coming to Parliament, I made sure that this
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
Who is rising to a point of order? Yes, Sanimentereng.
Sanimentereng, please. Honorable Speaker, I am rising on point of order 29.5. That no... Excuse me?
39.
You don't know the standing orders. Keep your mouth shut, please. Honorable Speaker, I am rising on point of order 29.5. Which is no member shall input improper motive to any other member. Honorable Speaker, the honorable member for Sabach Sanjal is saying that I did not support the constitution based on the quota system that the 2024 draft constitution had already catered for the women in the program. Honorable Speaker, I want him to withdraw that. Thank you.
Members, please, order, please. Let's listen to her. Go ahead. Honorable member for Sanimentereng, can you come up, please?
Honorable Speaker, I said I am rising on order 29.5.
Heard that you said, what did he say that you think?
Yes,
he was
the member said something against me with regards to rejecting the draft constitution, the 2024 draft constitution catering a quota system for women, which I am denying and I am not supporting, when I, for the fact that is always in this chamber advocating for women, more women representation. So that is completely against me, and I want him to withdraw that.
No, Honorable, I have definitely not heard that. I have not heard that one. I have not heard that. Honorable member for Sabach Sanjal, can you continue?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes it's a problem when you have to speak last. Sorry. Sometimes.
Member, please stop shouting from your corner. Please
allow him to.
Honorable member for Sabach Sanjal, just take a seat. Honorable members, I have said it here many a times. Please, let's be respectful to each other and ensure that we protect the integrity of this assembly. You cannot be sitting down shouting at members. Honorable member for Sabach Sanjal, can you continue, please?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much once again. Sometimes I feel guilty when I'm just speaking because people might be saying you're taking much of the time, but it's always bad when you come last because already people are exhausted and they want things to move faster. But indeed, Honorable Speaker, a constitution may be supreme, but it is not immutable. It may be supreme, but it is not immutable. That means it can be changed. We can always subject it to amendments, like other members have highlighted before. So, Honorable Speaker, I have done my consultation with my people, and their position is very clear, that this is an opportunity for us to move, which reminds me of one quote from the Germans. They said, "Ein kleines Schritt nach dem anderen." If you do not step your foot forward, you will never move. So we must shift. We have to shift. Sometimes when you are in a bad mood, you think of something good to shift to another side. Gambians have been calling for constitutional change. So let's shift. This is an opportunity for us. So I'm calling on honorable members. You know, sometimes you take a decision, but maybe because you are not schooled, that is why you take those decisions. So the honorable member for Wuli East and the honorable member for the nominated member, they have said enough. And I think that is enough for you to change your mind. I knew some of you met me on the floor of the outside and told me your position already. But maybe it was because you did not know exactly what was happening. Now that people have highlighted some of the merits in the draft constitution, I believe you should be able to change your mind because nobody has an island of knowledge. Honorable Speaker, with those simple remarks, I want to state that the people of Sabach Sanjal want me to say yes to the draft constitution and allow it to pass through the process so that we can do the necessary amendments. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sabach Sanjal. I now invite the Honorable nominated member, Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, just to pick up from where Honorable Member for Sabach Sanjal has just landed. Honorable Speaker, the draft Constitution 2020 was brought before this Parliament here. But when I heard some members of Parliament saying some misleading statement, I'm speechless. This draft Constitution was debated here, and robust oversight and recommendations were made. But because we have a limited number of parliamentarians who were siding with the President, the majority camp decided to throw it outside. Most of the inputs that were made in that constitution favors them because they gathered their legal experts to help them draft that constitution. But when we realized that they want to do a political coup d'etat, we saw them that we are the master of the game. They rely on those retroactive clauses to impeach the president. And we know what we fought. We fought in our heart and blood and sweat to form this current dispensation. That is why we saw them that we are the master of the game and we deny them. And I'm not ashamed to say it. Because we all know how the current situation was before. Honorable Speaker, going through this intervention made by, I'm not allowing you.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Order? Yeah, I'm using the Constitution.
Pardon?
I'm using section 100 of the Constitution. She said we use the...
Honorable members, I have said it, even if you shout, he will say what he wants to say. So why don't you allow him say what he wants to say? Please. Yes, Honorable.
I'm using order 18, point of order. I'm rising on point of order 18. But in reference, I'm using the Constitution as reference. Yes, so she said we use the retroactive clause so that we can, unstage the government. What I'm saying, remove the president. The retroactive clause is not saying to remove the president. With your permission, I want to read that.
No, Honorable, no.
I'm not allowing it.
He's misinforming the House.
Honorable Speaker, can I have the floor back?
Honorable, he is not interpreting, she was not interpreting the retroactive clause.
No, she said.
I heard what she said. What she said was the intent for her was that you will be removed. You will impeach. Honorable, I have heard it as you heard it. No, that's not misinformation. No, that is not misinformation, Honorable Member. Honorable nominated member, can you continue?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I think we owe it to ourselves as Gambian and to the future generation. Honorable Speaker, going through the 1997 Constitution, the schedule, if you permit, I may read only 2 clauses from the schedule, or if the members can go through it. That is schedule 12, 13, 2, 3, and 4, 5. Don't worry, I will read it. Honorable Speaker.
The Constitution or the standing orders?
No, the Constitution.
Huh?
The Constitution, the 1997 Constitution.
The Constitution?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Schedule 12, which stated the President shall be the universal successor as respect the office of the former President of the Gambia as established under any provision. Sorry, this thing is not provision of the Constitution, and the government shall be the universal successor to a former government of the Gambia as to establish and to the Armed Forces Provisional Ruling Council. Going further, Honorable Speaker, again, Schedule 2, if members can go through the legal proceeding, Schedule 2, which states after the coming into force of this Constitution, it shall not be lawful for any court or tribunal to entertain any action or take any decision or make any order or grant any remedy or relief in any proceeding instituted against the government of the Gambia or any person acting under the authority of the government of the Gambia or against any person or person acting in, sorry, it's not clear, concert in individually to assist or bring about the change in... Sorry.
Honorable Member.
Yes.
I cannot follow you because I am not sure. Are you on the schedule?
Yes.
The schedule of the Constitution?
Yes.
All right, and is where? Number 12?
It's page 126, 127.
Honorable, say it, let people hear it.
Okay.
Huh? No, before you, I mean, it's on the schedule. And which section of the schedule?
It's
12 and 13.
13, yes.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I'm not seeing this.
Please, sorry for the disturbance.
So what this constitution is trying to explain is that members of the junta members can make any inhuman treatment against civilians and nothing would come out of it. This shows that the perpetrators under Jammeh's regime cannot be brought to justice. And the victim's card continue to be played. So we want this victim card to be stopped. Honorable Speaker, it's high time
Yes.
for the perpetrators to come on board and the victims have justice. Honorable Speaker, going further, we have witnessed a lot of human rights violations, and still we have the major opposition leader or party whose members went through a lot, crying every day that justice is denied for this victim. So passing this constitution will help the government to put the perpetrators on board. And I think, honorable members, we lost a parliamentarian who was a victim of Jammeh atrocity. We have a parliamentarian, not me alone, who went through a lot. And also, he lost a son. I think we should be fair enough to ourselves and go away with this constitution. Let us support this 2024 draft and set aside party politics. Honorable Speaker, left to this alone should have made us to support this constitution so that justice can be given to this vulnerable Gambian who fight in their heart and sweat to see that newly democratically elected government is restored in the country. Honorable Speaker, going further, when I learned from my colleagues saying that there is no accountability and transparency in the document, Honorable Speaker, I think those things also are very misleading statements. Honorable Speaker, after when they have produced the worst mayors and chairmen, they are still talking about accountability and transparency. What point of order are you coming with? Honorable Speaker, I am so much disappointed seeing full grown-up men talking about accountability and transparency, when in their own homes there are a lot of corruption being practiced and they keep mute about it. Coming to you, member for Sanimentereng, before you bring a point of order, I think it's high time for member for Sanimentereng to stop advocating for women's rights. When he witnessed a woman, a helpless woman, I was boss in her own consequence. She never said anything about it. Just few days ago, in her own party, a helpless woman was beaten to death. She never talked about it. She is still advocating for women champion or women rights. I think it's high time for her to take another topic and stop championing women's rights. Honorable Speaker, members also, my submission was defeated by the submission of other members because they dragged me to a drama that I don't want to go through. Honorable Speaker, let me go through the appointment of cabinet ministers and chief that many members also dwell on, that the appointment should be subjected to parliamentary approval. Honorable Speaker, let us be honest to ourselves. We want to make the president a toothless dog, but let us check. Us as game changers, are we accountable to our people? Who among us here, when you are even taking a single dime from this assembly, you tell your people, this is what I am paid for. This is what, don't make me to talk. I don't want to put members in a funny position, please. Stop going after people. I don't want to put members in a funny position, please. I have a lot of regard for some honorable members. Yes. I think my final intervention, because normally I don't take the floor for a long time. Honorable Speaker, members also spoke about nominated members. Honorable Speaker, I will never stop it. My surname is Jawara, the granddaughter of Kombi Jawara. I have a lot of regard for all honorable members here, from the 5th legislature to the 6th. But I think it's high time for members to desist from attacking nominated members. The law that brings them here is the same law that brought us here. I said it last time that the reason why we are blessed to be here, despite that Pate is educated, Samba is less educated. Our parents had and sweat mold us to what we are today. And they work with clean money. They never stole from government coffers. And as a woman, if you are choosing, choose wisely. We are nominated members, but we choose wisely. We choose responsible parents for our children. Don't make me to talk. Let's stop bullying each other. Let's stop what we are doing. Nobody is better than anybody here. The law that abides an elected member is the same law that guarantees a nominated member to be here. I was fortunate to be elected once. The second term I was not re-elected. But I was lucky to be elected in my own party to represent them as the female youth president with a margin victory. But not somebody who scored only 2 votes in the entire party and he was kicked out of his party. So don't make me to talk. I am a politician. I can talk from now to tomorrow, so I don't want anybody to be bullying me. And I want this issue of nominated members to stop. All honorable members can bear me witness. I've been given warning. They take me to court. I consulted my lawyer. The person was simulated there. The case stops there. But if they started the battle again, I've never fought a loose battle. They will see me different. Thank you very much, honorable member.
Thank you very much, honorable nominated member Fatou K. Jawara. I now call on the honorable member for Niamina Dankunku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor to participate on this important debate. Let me also join my colleague to thank the cabinet ministers. Honorable Speaker.
Please, order. Somebody is speaking.
Honorable Speaker, after listening to various speakers as members of parliament, I wonder maybe the people who are outside, if they are not there laughing at us. Because we are debating as we are dealing with a final product. This is just a draft. And there is nothing can stop us to do what we want for the Gambian people. What is prepared? Section 100 of the 1997 Constitution is very clear. We are the legislatures. Even when we legislate and the president or the executive disagree, when we stood on our ground, we are the final vetoes. So, what are we talking about? They have bring us a draft. We are the legislatures. We have the power to legislate. We can remove all what they bring for us and put there what we want. But what about if we reject what they bring to us, and we are the legislators? Are we not abdicating our responsibility? I think let us think twice. Honorable Speaker, April 14, 2015, something happened in this country. I will bring this just as a preamble. We all know what happened here, April 14, 2015, when a prominent youth leader in a political party came out with a banner and he said, electoral reform. And in this electoral reform, there is key issues that he was very particular about. That is the issue of term limit and the issue of absolute majority. This is how this gentleman lost his soul, cold-blooded. Sometimes you accept things for other things. I believe the gentleman was buried somewhere else. But when the system came in, he was exhumed and given a decent burial. So now, what are we going to do? Satisfy that gentle soul who lost his soul for the Gambian, for the entire Gambia, for us to have a decent loss, decent electoral loss. What are we going to do as members of parliament or a citizen of this country to make sure that that perfect man can definitely fit in his grave? Because once this is not achieved, meaning still now he is struggling. And then I believe the other side of parliament should reconsider their decision. Because this perfect gentleman came from their political party. Honorable Speaker, my other point of argument, Honorable Speaker, as legislators, we have 3 documents today. We have the 1997 Constitution, we have the 2020 draft, and we have the 2024 draft. So honestly, we have enough document today as legislators to look at all these 3 documents and give the Gambian Constitution, Gambian people, the Constitution they deserve. Yeah, because each of these documents we are talking about here today have some progressive provisions. Even the 1997 Constitution, it is not bad in its entirety. There are some provisions that are accepted. The 2020, we have it. There are some provisions that are accepted. The 2024. Then, as a legislature, unless and until if we fail the Gambian people, but we can look at this document, because now, if we are saying the executive they fail, are we going to again fail as a nation? Then where is Gambia heading? If the executive is failing and we are failing, then we need to look at ourselves and then reconsider our decision. Honorable Speaker, on the other issues, I would actually put my debate generally. Honorable National Assembly members, in fact, we don't need to debate too much. Let us remove the perception. The 2024 draft is owned by an individual. All the executive bills that are coming from the executive, they prepare it and bring it to us. This document also is the same process. There is no difference. Those bills, they will come here, present them, they have their first reading, second reading, third reading. On the second reading, we debate and then refer it to a relevant committee. They will now invite stakeholders, scrutinize the document. And we have the biggest opportunity now if we allow the document transit. What I want, I have a lot of reservation in this. In fact, I have a question for the Attorney General, because he needs to clear that thing for me. Honorable Attorney General, can you take your note? On the issue of obligation, obligation disclosure, I have seen it. It applies to the President, it applies to the Vice President and ministers. But my concern is why it is not put in a process where immediately the individual assumes office, you make your declaration, rather than allowing the individual to come in for 3 months. Then I think I need an explanation. Why do you choose to make it 3 months? Because we all understand, we all declare our asset when we are contesting election. But when you are going, you have to go along with your declaration. Because presumably, if you win election, you are assuming office. And if the president is going to the Independent Electoral Commission, he also go with his asset declaration. And then I think, The best thing is when the individual is assuming office, you make your declaration. Then the other provision, I am satisfied with it. 3 months before you leave your office, then you make another declaration. I think that definitely the accountability is there. But we just need to look at it and then put some and improve on it. But saying it's not there, actually that is not the that is not the case. It is actually there. Honorable Speaker, I think my other colleague at my right-hand side, today, the majority side, we rely on you because you are the minority in this case. But very significant. It is significant minority. It is your decision that will influence any action on this constitution. Because even whereas all of us voted yes, if you said no, it will not pass. So, meaning you can definitely drag us. Maybe I don't want to put that expression because I don't want to show you the technique. If you want to expose us, drag us to the final stage. Because we cannot do anything without you. We can go up to the last consideration. When the speaker is down there, you can still reject the document. You can still reject the document, and there, if you want to expose us, that is the time you can expose us. But here in the middle, we all share the blame. But when we go to the consideration state, and then you said you want ministers to come, you want the ministers to be approved in parliament. You saw it to the Gambian. If we said yes, you are now exposing us. You are not politically, you are not definitely tactic in politics. If you are tactic in politics, you could have dragged us and then exposed us to the Gambian people. But then again, if you fail to do it here now, we all share the blame. Honorable Speaker, on that note, honorable members, I think let us try and reconsider our decision. You are very significant in this matter. You drag us up to the final point today. Your Excellency, man. Honorable Speaker, on that note, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Niamina Dankunku. I now call upon the Honorable Nominated Member, Maimuna Sise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to join my colleagues by thanking the Honorable Ministers here present, including the able minister who tabled these very important documents before us today. But before going further, I would like to sincerely extend my condolences to you. When I read the demise of your mom, I couldn't reach out, but I was in the US. I attempted to call. May her gentle soul rest in peace. Honorable Speaker, as we all dwelling on this very important document before us today, as a parliamentarians, I think we need to ask ourselves who we are and what we are about to do for our beloved nation. Honorable Speaker, by knowing our duties and our responsibilities as a member of parliament, I think the decision we are about to take here today cannot be just centered what we have today, but the future of this country lies in our hand today. Why saying that? The Gambians are very anticipating, listening, focusing the whole day, the entire nation, whoever, wherever you are, they all gear their energies towards this parliament today, what is going to be the outcome and what is going to be the fate of the Gambians. Honorable Speaker, since in the morning, many histories have been quoted here. I don't want to go through such. But I think starting with Honorable Wuli West, I think he did a very, very, very significant revolution today, starting from the history to where we are today. Honorable Speaker, as a parliamentarians, we are lawmakers. And without jurisdiction, I think anything is possible with a genuine dialogue and consultation, regardless of what we are about to do today. Honorable Speaker, as a parliamentarian, we are lawmakers, public advocates, and watchdogs for our people. We cannot just be sitting here today. We said 2020 draft constitution has been rejected because there was a certain element, section themselves, attached to that constitution. And this 2024 also, you have attached some elements towards this very important document. We want to make two wrongs, it cannot make a right. Politics is an act of possibility. Let's act on the possibility side and the positive side to make sure what Gambians are yearning for. Since 2016, we give them what they deserve. Honorable Speaker, to my belief, I think we are suffering from 2017 or 2018-2019 rift. As English proverb said, when the two elephants fight, the grass suffers. And who are the grasses? We the Gambians. We are suffering from the rift emanated from 2019-2020, from the political wings of this country. Honorable Speaker, I think it's high time this member of parliament here will leave a legacy whereby we can be proud of. After marching from this very, very important house here, not our legacy as per se as a parliamentarian, but our legacy as a Gambian, our legacy to our future children and unborn children who are yet to born. Because we are trying to make a decision here, whereby it's going to haunt us, being positive or negative, we have to face for the consequences. Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue battling for the same wrongdoing. Leadership, you earn it, you don't grab it. 2020 constitution was rejected based on certain section attached to cripple down that this very government, I won't say the very government because at that time it was a coalition. They fixed their mind. Some of the deliberations we received since in the morning, you can even understand in their language that this is not a man-making, but somebody is trying to play their mind. They are answerable to somebody, they cannot make the decision for themselves. We have the right, we have the opportunity to go back to the drawing board and sensitize ourselves and do the needful towards this draft constitution. It's a man-made, it's not a Quran. It's only Quran doesn't subject it to any change. But this is a man-made document. It's our minds and our responsibility to make sure that we sanitize what we found that they are not in favorable of. Politics is all about give and take. It's vis-a-vis. It's vis-a-vis. If we call ourselves as a responsible, honorable members here, we should not even look at the political actors in this. Let's look at what we can achieve out of what we are trying to do. This 1997 constitution, we cannot say it's 100%, but it's still now the same laws here that are the laws guiding the country right now. Why are we not using the bad ones? Because we don't need it. If we need it, we can use it, because it's already binded as a law in it. But it's not a law. And I made to understand from certain individuals, sensitizing people by saying that by passing this law, this bill, we are trying to introduce a dictatorship. By how? I just want somebody to quote a clause over here, which can attest, by passing this law here, we are trying to introduce a dictator. Dictator doesn't make, human made it, it's not a law. There is no law that makes a dictatorship, but it's an individual who always emanated some issues within the perimeter of the law to govern themselves to be who they want to be. I think we have every power and every privilege to give the Gambians the justice they deserve. We all know what we went through 1994 to 2016. Gambia went through a hell. But the Gambians are very lousy when it comes to certain issues. But they are very forgiving people. When we consolidate, we sit around the table, we can come up with something tangible which will be very interesting to the Gambian people, rather than saying that we're going to kill and bury it for what? Because by killing this bill and bury it, that will not stop this government going. This government is going to continue, and you will be disappointing the Gambian people, but the country is going to be going, it cannot be stagnant because the draft constitution is not passed. Honorable Speaker, sometimes I even blame myself, or I blame the government, because I believe that the pressure of this 2020 draft constitution, by rejecting it, the government is receiving so many pressures. They succumb to the pressures to bring this 2020 constitution. They could have let it go. The same law can govern us. The same law can govern us. We can extract the good one there and leave the bad ones there. We don't need it, because we all know God has given the Gambians the president whom doesn't have a heart of butterfly, much more a human being. He will never use any unwelcome law in this country. He doesn't have the heart, he doesn't have the manner, he doesn't have the attitude. He's somebody who believes in whatever he knows that is the truth. And he will stand by the truth, and he will defend the truth. Today, the other camp of the assembly is proud, or they've been advocating, being very proud, saying that we're going to kill it and bury it. There is no complete country if you don't have an opposition in the country. There cannot be a complete country if you don't have an opposition in that country. But we need a responsible opposition. The responsible opposition should be a corrector to the government. There should be there should be a corrector to the government. Where the government fails, that's where they can easily keep in. Hadn't been if we are the one in power, this and ABC, that's going to be what we want. But for them, they never come with any solution. They're always in a negative eye, always in a political length. They cannot
point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Yes, Sanimentereng.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, again, I'm rising on point of order 29.5. That no member shall put improper motive against any member. Honorable member is putting improper motive against this minority camp, that we are guided by someone, and I want her to withdraw that. Thank you.
Honorable, I was at the time of her speech, I was doing some consultations. I don't know, honorable members, what happened? What did you say she imputed into your statement?
Yes, she said the minority camp, or a camp, which is of course the UDP, which she could not mention directly, that we are guided by an individual. You know, she's putting in proper motive against the UDP camp, and of course we belong to a party, which she didn't mention the party's name directly, but the minority camp, and of course facing this way. Thank you.
Honorable, what you are saying has been insinuated by all of you to all parties here in this assembly. This side will insinuate that this is what is happening there. This side will insinuate this is what is happening here. That's what you have been doing all day. So how can you rule against that now? Please, honorable member nominated member, can you continue?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, where she stops me was I was saying that a serious opposition in the country can be a very good correction for a government who failed to deliver in certain aspects. But for certain opposition in this country, they never see any positive coming from the government. They have a mentality, they have a fixer. Their fixer is, I want him to be, I want him to be, I want him to be. If not, nobody. It's not, Gambia has gone more than that now. Gambia, we are way more than that. When we fought tooth and nail to make sure that we end the dictatorship in this country, injustice in this country, we mean the business. We will not allow any government in waiting to come over here. That's why Gambians keep on rejecting them, because they still now believe that without them this country cannot go. The country cannot be stagnant. It's going to be difficult, but we're going to move. This draft constitution here, either it passed today, it doesn't pass, I believe Gambia will go. We'll move. Slowly we will get there. If we fail to deliver, maybe our successors come in here again, probably those people will deliver what the Gambians expect from them. But we are thinking that before we get to that, let's all go back to our caucuses. Let's try to dialogue. Let's try to go refer this one back to the committee, select committee, to do the needful. Wherever grievances we have, we can still now dialogue on it. As I said, politics is all about give and take, and we cannot have a perfect constitution. This constitution, there are certain points it affects me. But should I come here, I said it affects me, I should go after it. No, I shouldn't. Because the majority is the one important in this constitution right now. Gambians are in justice for not allowing them to have the new constitution. If we happen to do this today, here, we will not do the justice to the Gambians. And I don't think we have to have that bad legacy. Being proud of rejecting the 2020 constitution, that proudness cannot continue, because this is a continuity of the nation. The country has to go. Honorable Speaker, we cannot allow only 58 members to decide for the population of 2.4 people in this country. We will not allow, and we will not do justice to ourselves. The most needful thing we can do right now, the 58 people, let's go back to our drawing board and allow the Gambians to go referendum to decide whatever constitution they want. But it's very disheartening by hearing from some of us here, members saying that there was no proper consultation. I think this is a very misleading information. Very, very misleading. Not internally, not internationally. We all know the former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, how many times he been here consulting with these political actors in this country? The moral guarantors also are involved, and in their presence, we all give them our blessing that when it comes, we're going to rethink about it. AU representative Bun Chambers, your representative came here about 2 or 3 times. The same constitution we're talking about, especially the national actors within the country, not the international idea, not the NCC, all of them. Civic education has been in a long process regards to this constitution, but we have a fixture. They made their mind that no, whatever, if Madu has to come down today, they're not going to support it because their mind is fixed into something. That's something nobody can take that one from them. But we have to understand that Gambians will never forgive us. By the decision, the trend I'm seeing here, we are about to take, the Gambians will never give us a forgiveness. Because we cannot be banging on the 2020 constitution has been rejected here. This time also it has to be. Let's try to emulate the positive side of it. We can work around it. It's a man-made document. Whatever we are not comfortable, we brought it down. We sit around the table. We negotiate, give and take. What you don't like, you remove that one. What we don't like, we remove it. What we can compromise, we meet at the end. But what I'm seeing here, Honorable Speaker, it's not what we expected. Honorable Speaker, I think I have to go through my big sis here, whom she believes that she is an advocate of a woman empowerment. But always we get a disappointment when it comes to the women's performance or the defending. It can be a gallery entertainer, but inside her, I don't think sometimes she really means what she wants. Because as being a female representative, I believe if this document can give the empowerment of the women, he can just capitalize on that. Hey, my colleagues, based on this, I just want to support this because of this affirmative action in this document. That will make me to be proud, to make sure that we have an affirmative representative in this parliament, in my tenure, under my watch. By rejecting it, what you are preaching is not reality in you. That's why I said, There are certain members here, they have a fixture, they prepare their mind when they get here, but it's not their wish and their inspiration to reject this National Assembly, this draft constitution. It's not their wish. But they've been micromanaged and they have to accept it. If they don't accept it, we will always continue to say, because that's what they're seeing, that's what they are portraying, and we buy it from them. What should be the advice of any female representative in this parliament today? Based on that clause alone, for us to have a louder voice, a loud and tall voice, that should make us to come together. Convince our colleagues, let's refer this to the select committee, then we see what is best. But by standing here on a party principle, rejecting the rights of your fellow women is not fair, and we are not doing justice to our comrades. Honorable Speaker, on my final note, I cannot leave this mic without thanking the President of the Republic of the Gambia, President Barrow, for giving me the opportunity to serve or to be heard as a member of parliament without going through the political process. Somebody's name might be attached at the political ballot, but what I fought for this country for the past 22 good years before change of government, there is no single quarter of it. I sacrificed my life for this country, not myself, not my family. Even my nursing breastfeeding child, 2 months old baby, I lifted at this Gambia International Airport to travel for the mission of UDP in this country. Honorable Speaker, my being a nominated member
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
Point of order. Yes, Honorable.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on point of order 29.1, that every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject under discussion. And the subject under discussion is about the bill. It is not about praising the President as to how he brought you to the Parliament as a nominated member. Thank you.
Honorable, you are speaking here, you are praising some NGOs and all these things. Yes, if you can praise those people, somebody else can also thank the President or the ministers. Honorable nominated member, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know what? One thing you fail to understand, politics with sentiment will not help you. What I mean here saying that somebody might be attached on the ballot box, but my fight against injustice in this country was unknown to anybody here. I did what is right at the time, and it was not very fascinated for everybody to go for that game. The game was not very fascinated, and it was not a very smooth transition. But I sacrificed everything, not myself, not my life, not my unborn kids. They suffered under the Jimara regime in this country. But that doesn't stop me there. I wasn't privileged because I never even have the intention to be in this parliament. It was out of what I fought for this country for 22 good years. My fraud was recognized. I've been nominated, but it was not a compensation of because I am just my citizen. I did something for me to be recognized. Thank you. If anybody goes against the nomination of the nominated members, you better bring the bill and put it in this very floor of the campus. But as we speak right now, it's a law embedded in this constitution. Section 88 gives the president the power to nominate 5 members. Whoever is in denial, you are contradicting the laws of this land, and the supreme law of this land is this constitution. We cannot go without it. Honorable Speaker, we have to put this on justice every now and then to make it on nominated member. We are not a servant to anybody, and we are not a slave to anybody. And whoever tries to challenge our ability here, we will deal with you as the right the constitution given us. The constitution has given us to prevail in this country. Whoever doesn't go align yourself with that, you have the right to sponsor a private member bill and come and put it in this bill. We will put it back to you, back to the sender. Honorable Speaker, on these few remarks, I think I will just stop there. My last point is that this diaspora voting. The victim card has been playing in this country for quite a long. We all know that the diaspora, there is nobody in this country which is in denial of the diaspora to vote. Because it's already in the draft constitution, is there. If you have to reject, what are you going to tell the diasporans? What are you going to explain to them? because it was the NPP one. We are not denying the diasporan support, but the time of the diasporan support for this coming election, whether we can fund it, is it sufficient to put it there and we cannot fund it? We cannot put the government to ransom into a law whereby we definitely know that our coffers doesn't allow us to give that diaspora the voting or the registration they deserve. We cannot subject the country to be ungovernable, because when that happens, the diaspora is the 8th region of this country. They can go another way around, and we don't want to see any kind of such to happen under this current leadership. They are law-abiding citizens, and they are the government of responsible, and they want to act when the time permit them to be acted. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominated Member Maimuna Sise. I now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Salum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I just want to take this opportunity also to thank my colleagues that spoke before me. And I also would like to thank the Honorable Minister. Well, unfortunately, you are coming back on the same firing line again. But it's okay. That's a call to national duty. Now, Honorable Speaker, I think it's very clear today that it is an accepted fact that the National Assembly can amend any law that is before them. Now, in 2020, I was here, sitting right around that corner, when we had so much misinformation that Parliament cannot remove a dot or a comma. A lot of misinformation. I stood there and said that was untrue. If Parliament cannot change a dot or a comma on a bill, then the bill will not come in this chamber. The power to make laws rests in the hands of the National Assembly, or unless they confer some kind of power to make those laws or regulations. To a large extent, maybe perhaps the judicial president. And Honorable Speaker, and that's very true that we have this bill before us here. That is the promulgation bill which deals with the draft constitution for the second time. But Honorable Speaker, it's quite important that we understand what exactly are we looking for in a constitution? What are we looking for as a nation? What are we looking for as the people of the Gambia in a constitution? What exactly is it? By the time we understand exactly what we're looking for, we will be able to interrogate what is before us to see whether it is aligned to the aspiration of really what we are looking for. And that's the reason why it's important, when we have such documents, for us to go through them, read them, get clarifications, and ask questions and make consultations. And then you'll be able to make informed decisions. Honorable Speaker, generally, somebody actually has attempted to define what a constitution is. But essentially, it's just laws on how we want to be governed as a nation or as a people. But above all, it is important to protect fundamental rights, because the Gambia as a country also is part of international organizations, and Gambia actually has obligations, whether it's regional, continental, or at the global level. We have obligations. And those obligations, for a large part, has a lot to do with rights and then the obligations. Now, another aspect of what we also need to look for in the Constitution is where we have the distribution of power as a democratic society. How is power distributed among the three arms of the state? Is there one arm that is overpowering the other? And these are the kind of things that we really need to look for, and to be able to interrogate and also measure whether this is in line with good principles of governance. Honorable Speaker, also the creation of independent institutions. We can rely on administrative laws to govern without being interfered. It's also another good character in constitutions. But it's also important, Honorable Speaker, for us to ask ourselves the question, does the Parliament have the required powers in this draft 2024? Does the judiciary have the requisite powers in this draft 2024 to be able to do their job and in order to be more independent? And if we are able to say yes to those questions, then we are good to go, or at least we have a starting point. And that is both to the parliamentary and also to the judiciary. Now, if you look at the draft 2024, Honorable Speaker, how are the powers of the National Assembly? You see, nobody gives power to the National Assembly. The National Assembly gives powers to themselves. Nobody. And it's quite reasonable to state, even if those powers actually are diluted or those powers actually are absent, then it is your duty and it's your obligation to remedy that. Because nobody is going to put those laws for you. Now, if you look at this current draft, it's clear. It is telling you the responsibility of the Vice President and the ministers to the National Assembly. Which means our oversight also is going to be intact. It also gives you the powers to censor as well. So essentially, the powers of the National Assembly, if you want to add anything on it, we can, anytime that you want. But, Honorable Speaker, if you permit me, we need to rewind back and go back to history to understand when people say the 2020 was the draft of the people. That's what the people wanted. But, Honorable Speaker, I want to highlight a few things here. And this is the issue of citizenship. In the 2020 draft, Honorable Speaker, 25 out of 39 submissions on the issue of citizenship, 64% said any child born in the Gambia here will be citizen of this country. 64% of those position papers, that's what they said. But when you go to the draft, it's the opposite. Who was saying that? Was it the people of the Gambia or who exactly was saying that? Honorable Speaker, if I go further, which I stood here, the minister can remember, that we need to put an upper age limit. And in the draft 2020, overwhelmingly I'm talking about, Gambians said we need to put an upper age limit, a cap, where we do not have a president that cannot even stand properly to address the nation or to work on it, to be an executive officer. Exactly, yeah. That is in the draft. This is not something actually I'm manufacturing. This is a fact. This is a fact on the CRC report. It's with us here. Overwhelmingly, the Gambians said we need to have an upper age, just like we have a lower age where actually somebody can contest for the presidency. We also agreed overwhelmingly that we need to have that. But that was not part of it. It was removed. Now, was that the aspiration of the Gambians? No, it wasn't. Then, Honorable Speaker, with more permission also, I can often also talk about dual citizenship. What happened with dual citizenship? Most of the diasporans, they said, we need to remove that. That Gambians that are capable, Gambians that are educated with experience should be able to serve regardless of whether they have another citizen or another country. That's what Gambians said. But look at 2020 draft, Honorable Speaker, it's the opposite again. Did the Gambian actually say that? Let's go back to also to judicial remuneration. In fact, I was even surprised, and I said it here. Normally, issues of pensions, issues of remuneration does not belong to a constitution. The only thing you need is just one line that said an act of parliament would decide A, B, C, and D. But even in the 2020 draft, it says, when you retire as a judge of the superior courts, and you serve 10 years, you retire with your salary for the rest of your life. I remember I stood here and said, Honorable Minister, how about a captain in the army? How about a teacher? How about the nurses? How about the doctors that we actually have? Even the president doesn't have that. Which Gambians said that? Now, if you say, well, we all have, we support whatever we want to support. That is fine. But to say, this is what Gambian people wanted, hey, I intend to bring question marks on that. Because I'm giving you already 4, and I don't want to even go further to add, more Jimbo to the thing. There are so many, and I'll just stop there. There are so many issues that Gambians wanted, but it was never present in the 2020 draft. These are facts. Somebody can go and read and then check. These are facts. Now, now even the independent institutions, they said that their budget, Parliament cannot reduce it below what was approved the previous year. Hey, who said that? So you'll see that there are a lot of issues, depending on really you support, you don't support, that is fine. But the facts will remain facts. There's no doubt about that. Now, what do we look for in this current constitution? You know, there are certain things I don't really need to repeat all those things there. But one of the issues we had in 2020 here was the issue of same-sex marriage. You all remember that? It wasn't clear. Marriage between a man and a woman. It wasn't clear. Most of the members that spoke here spoke about the issue of same-sex marriage. Today, in this draft we have in year 2024, is as clear as daylight. Very clear. Very clear. And it was, in fact, if you remember, some of the religious leaders we have in this country, they had an issue with that. They're saying that the draft promotes homosexuality. And most people believe it, because that was what was there. But now in this 2024 draft, it's very clear. And it just says between a man and a woman, and no other union. No other, nothing. A man here and a woman, nothing. No in between. No, but that's a fact. No in between. So you see, as we go along the way, we can reject, we can, whatever we want to do, but facts must remain facts. That's what actually happened. Now, Honorable Speaker, the right of the child. Honorable Speaker, as we work together as a country and also as part of the African Union, we are trying to fight issue we call statelessness. We have a lot of issues here in this country, particularly in Ghana town. Most of you know about Ghana town. And we have people that don't know anywhere in this world except Gambia. But yet still they cannot call Gambia home. But if you look at the rights of the child in this 2024 draft, that has been addressed. The right to nationality and also right to a name. And in fact, I think last week when I read the resolution that was made by the Pan-African Parliament, where we even had a model law to end statelessness, which I actually shared with the minister. And you can clearly see that the way we are thinking as a parliament is to end statelessness on this continent. Even though smaller nations may have some real issues about that, which is understandable. But somebody born in this country, you don't know anywhere else, and you cannot call Gambia home. I think that's a travesty. And I think this draft tends to correct those things there. Now, even the power of the president, for example. The president cannot have unlimited powers. But then, check what happened. Now, in this draft, if the president had to send troops outside the Gambia, Parliament must pre-approve. Parliament must say yes before the president can send even a single boot outside the Gambia. Before, with the draft, you send anytime you want, you can send and then you go. And these are the kind of things we really need to look for to make what makes a difference in what we have. Honorable Speaker, you know our country is a very tolerant society. And that's the reason why I'm a bit surprised. I'm a member of the Gender Committee. Listen carefully. I'm a member of the Gender Committee. And in our committee, we are trying to advocate for more women seats in this parliament. We had a bill before that came, private member bill, and it was rejected. But here, we have another opportunity. The draft is telling you, even though 2020 says 14 people, women from each region, 2 from each region, for them to be admitted in this chamber here. This draft is saying, even though 7, but I think we can start from there. But surprisingly, Honorable Speaker, when I get my own chairperson, my own vice chairperson saying we take this to the bin. And right now, as we speak, we are working on bringing a bill here, a committee bill for that. For me, I'm getting confused there. Because if you say, no, honestly, if you say we will throw this away, wait. If you say that we're going to throw this one away, but yes, we want to come in as a committee and bring a committee bill where we accommodate more women in this chamber, which is necessary. Where exactly are we going? So for me, honestly, I'm getting confused. When I have my own chairperson, my own vice chairperson, that we are working together to do that.
Honorable,
not throw it away. Yes.
Honorable members, allow him talk, please. Yes, go ahead.
Honestly, you are a member today. So I really, exactly, So, and again, you look at it also. Honestly, personally, I'll be honest. I am not a fan of nominated members. I'm not a fan, whether it's parliament or in the council. I am not a fan, and everybody knows that. But then we have disadvantaged people in our society. We have disadvantaged constituencies here. 5th legislature and now here. There is no Christian here. We know that. Even though in this draft it's telling the president will nominate some people. One is not even disabled. for the underrepresented constituencies, and I can only think about the Christian community. Then you are talking about the CSOs also as being represented. However, they're going to do that, which is fine, but I think it's important. Then we have a well-balanced National Assembly, particularly representing every Gambian we have in this country. We are a very tolerant society, and again, we have both Muslims and Christians, and we also have people that are non-believers. They don't believe in anything. We have them here in this country. So, but continuously, we have those people that are absent in this parliament. So if there's any way, even if they have to do it on their own to bring people in here, I will go for that. Because we are a very tolerant society, Honorable Speaker. Now, to just state in clear terms, Honorable Speaker, we need to be able to work together. Bills have come here, and bills have been butchered to the way we want it. And in fact, you realize some of the time we may have been 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, or even more. And sometimes you can see that we ping-pong the Attorney General here. Because what he wants, or what the cabinet approved, we came here, we alter everything we want. Because the buck ends with us. So essentially, whatever bill comes in before us here, no matter what the Attorney General actually says, no matter what the Speaker actually says, if members want to change, they can change at any particular time. So there is no law that can ban us from doing that. Laws have been changed here. Remember the anti-corruption act we had, it was butchered. What the minister brought and what he left with is very different. And that's just an example. And I'm sure when you look at also what we have done with the committee on the criminal offences bill, also the same thing. So members of parliament anywhere have powers to change whatever they want to change as far as laws, as far as bills are concerned at any particular time. And I will say this here again. Let's give it a chance. Let's give it a chance. Let's take a look at it and refer to the Constitutional Committee for them to do more consultations and come back with a report. But if we say this is not going to go, I mean, what are we trying to get? And this is what I said at the beginning. What exactly are we trying to get? What is the constitution that we are looking for? And yet still, we've been here since this morning, but we have only very few people that actually have answered that question. What really do we want as a nation? What really do we want? And again, what I like is not like I like every part of here, no. But, Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, to say this, I've done my own consultation and I've done my own, but you know what I realized? More than 83% of the 2020 draft is here. More than 83%. My own calculations, when I check. More than 83% of 2020 is contained here. So you can call it whatever name you want to call it, but the facts will remain the facts. We may have our differences politically, we may have our differences religiously or culturally, which is fine. But at the end of the day, what matters to the nation, I think we should be able to come together and correct that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Upper Salum. I now invite the Honorable Member for Old Yundum constituency.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, earlier on I was going to stay away from the debate because already I realized that my colleagues from the other side made up their mind to reject the Constitution at the second reading. But since they've opted for us to debate in the merits and principles of the bill, of course I also wanted to come and share some view, because I know I cannot change their minds. They've already taken a position, and that position is very clear and is firm. But Honorable Speaker, in 2017, I was signed by the UDP as a central striker, representing Olidum constituency in Parliament, of course. So that was in 2017. Yes. And at some point, you know, they forgot me on the bench, and I jumped to another camp. So when they needed me in 2020, they needed me. You needed me at that time. You wanted me to support you to pass the 2020 draft because you realized that at that time, you know, a lot of it was in your interest. I refused, but on principle, because I have reasons to reject it at that time. with my colleagues. It was not only me. The 2020 draft, nobody is saying the 2020 draft is not a perfect document. During the debate, we made up a very clear points to say this particular clause and this clause is the reason why we are rejecting it. That was our argument. But before that, a lot of people out there, even in the media, we were caricatured because they think at the time President Barrow brought us to vote against the Constitution, which was not true. We stood firm. We debated. We didn't only reject it, but we debated. We would have rejected it outright, just like you wanted to do. But we debated on the merits and principles of the 2020 draft and made up our points. Later, we voted against it. You also have that chance. That is your constitutional right. If you vote against it, that is you. But remember, when I voted against the 2020 draft, some of you here, after that called me and said, you could have allowed the 2020 draft to sail through and the second reading and go to a committee so that we can sanitize it. In as much as I failed to do that, now the opportunity is here for you to do the same thing. Will you accept it? Because that is what you were telling me. The opportunity is here. Before you. The 2024 draft, I'm not saying it's a perfect draft, but the opportunity is here before you to also allow you to sail through to the committee and sanitize it and then bring it the clauses that you did. So what you were telling me in 2020, you didn't mean it. You don't mean it. So that is the context that we find ourselves now. Because, Honorable Speaker, I do not want to go into highlighting some of the clauses to convince my colleagues, after already making up their minds to reject the draft constitution. We will only stop there because we knew very well the voting pattern here is already politicized. Of course, yes. We consulted each and every one of you, and what you told us, we know. So the draft is here for you to allow you to sail through to committees, sanitize, just as you were telling us in 2020 when we rejected it. So there is a revenge. There is a revenge from the other side of Parliament. Meaning, you don't mean the democratic principles that you have been telling the Gambian people. You don't mean it. If you mean it, you will allow it to pass. That is the truth. Honorable Moss said a lot of things in the 2020 draft, the reason why it was rejected. It was rejected. A lot of points were mentioned. Is it a point of order?
On a point of order, who? Wuli West?
Yes. Honorable Speaker, no member shall impute improper motives to any other member. And the honorable member is fixing his eyes on the opposition and telling them, you are doing this because of this, you are doing this because of this. Who told you that? Deal with the merits. Thank you.
Honorable, it's not, your point of order is not sustained. Honorable member, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the reason why I don't want to go into the real context of clauses to convince my colleagues, like I said, they already make up their minds. And that's the reason why I wanted to fan back, to make them understand what they were telling me in 2020 when we rejected the draft. And in fact, at some point, when we rejected the 2020 draft, we were insulted heavily in this country, in our WhatsApp groups. I think those who were insulting us yesterday will also insult you if you reject this draft constitution today. You will be insulted, of course, yes. That is it.
Honorable Speaker, he is using his left hand to point at us. It's against my culture. Don't use your left hand on us.
This is not the time to play, Honorable. No, we are not playing. You see,
yes.
We are trying to discuss. We are trying to discuss. We want to compromise on the 2024 draft constitution to ensure that the clauses that we have in the 2020 draft and of course the 2024 draft. We see how best we can match. You have an opportunity now to pass it to the committee and have a robust consultation in this country. The committee chairperson of the Human Rights Committee is a member of your political party who want to reject the draft constitution. Is the chairperson. And majority of the members in that committee belongs to your camp. So, allow it to sail through, do consultation countrywide, and bring it back to Parliament for us to pass it. That is the opportunity before you. Take it or leave it. That is it. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Old Yundum. Honorable Member for Central Baddibu. It's a good political game. That's Parliament. But when you are caught, agree. You know, your bad side is if you are caught, you tend to push again. Yeah, you are saying that you disturb by telling him that he is pointing at your end.
The left hand, my culture, left hand. You don't use your left hand.
No, he can use his fingers, his right hand, his left hand, his body.
I have a culture.
Honorable, you know, that's not the issue. The issue is, I ignored it, but because you wanted to distract him, it's a game, but I said, if you are caught, agree. Honorable, I now invite the Honorable Member for Basse.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to take part in the debate of the draft Constitution 2024. Honorable Speaker, I just have to thank the Honorable Minister for Justice. I have to thank the Honorable Minister for Justice for tabling the bill for the second reading, and also all other cabinet members and advisors who are present here in the plenary. Honorable Speaker, to my dismay and disappointment, leaders and elderly men branded or give ownership to this bill when it was promulgated and started disseminating wrong information, misleading people about the draft constitution, telling people this constitution is President Barrow's constitution or is the Honorable Minister's constitution, which was wrong, and they were misleading. And I'm not surprised for seeing actions and positions in the plenary here when it comes to this draft constitution, because I know decisions have been taken away since the day of the promulgation, and they are waiting for the day so that they can act. But again, we just have to reflect our minds on the people we represent. Some are quoting here, they said they have consulted their people. If you look at the people they consulted, it's not even 1/4 of the population of their constituencies. And they always emphasize here, we consulted our people. So please stop misleading your constituency, saying my constituency A, my constituency B, we have town hall, we have whatever. It's wrong. Honorable Speaker, on the one member of the Busumbala constituency, he said the president failed his campaign promise statement. And I think that was wrong. The president did not fail any campaign promise of the constitutional reforms, because it's about process and procedures when it comes to constitutional reforms. And Honorable Speaker, when after the elections 2016, 2017, and I think the president do it diligent to allow the Minister of Justice Biden, and everybody knows where he belongs to and how he was appointed, for him to at least prepare or draft the constitution and take it to the cabinet, then it was brought to the parliament. Honorable Speaker, constitutional reforms are processes. And when it was brought to the parliament here, it was the people who are blaming the president are the same people that did not support that bill. Honorable Speaker, that bill, because of the national interest was not considered, in that bill, the presidential powers were stripped because they don't want the president to continue his 5-year term. Because all the plans were failed, they said let's now use the second option, that's option B, that is the draft constitution. It's where they strip most of these powers, and also the electoral reforms, where the boundaries of demarcations of constituencies of diaspora, those are important clauses in that constitution which were not considered. Honorable Speaker, on the draft constitution for 2022, 2020, the 2020 draft constitution was tailor-made in order to remove the president in office, and also to impeach him, looking at the amount of the threshold which was fixed in that draft for impeachment, and also looking at the other contentious clauses which was embedded in that draft, which no other reasonable person will allow those type of laws to exist. Some of them, the Honorable Gara West even make reference, that is the retroactive clause, which is impossible. Looking at the term limit, those also were not possible. The marriage was not clearly spelled out. Presidential powers, secularism. There were so many contentious clauses in that 2022, and also the basis of that constitution, that's why it was rejected, is because they said even a letter should not be altered or changed in that draft, or a dot, example. So how would people now, or members, adopt that draft so that they can have the opportunity to refer it to a committee and engage other members or to review it? And when they were conditioned that even a dot, as they said, should not be removed from that draft. So automatically, because if at all the draft constitution was meant for the interest of the Gambians, and I think the Gambians would have been given the opportunity, especially the people representing the Gambians, that is the parliamentarians, they should have been given the opportunity, as long as they said there were consultations from the grassroots. Now the last resort is the parliamentarians. The last one is the parliamentarians. They should have given the opportunity, so that when it is being passed and committed to the committees, they will have the opportunity to look at it. All those contentious clauses will be reviewed, and at least some of them can be amended. But they said no, and it was a surprise for that 2020 draft constitution was rejected. For the 2024, I think so many members have highlighted the differences between the 2020 and 2024. Let us be reasonable here. And for the 2024, the most areas they are talking about, there was no consultation. People doesn't consult the members or at the grassroots. Consultation can be in two ways. It can be at the drafting stage, and also it can come from the parliamentary. Because if it is committed to the committee have all opportunities to reach every stakeholder, at least to consult them regarding the draft. So that should not be taken as an excuse to say that the draft, nobody was consulted, it was the government or the cabinet that drafted it and bring it to impose it on people. The government did not impose it on people. You hadn't mean they impose it, they don't have the prerogative or the rights to impose it, because it must come here. And let me tell you, with this 2024, today, if you take it for referendum, it will be passed. Because the majority knows what is in there. And they know what is the significance of this draft compared to the 2020. It's just few who are against it because of they have some representation here and they have the mandate to reject it. That is why it was being moved or passed and it goes for referendum. I'm 100% sure people will adopt it. Because it's a progressive draft, and I have seen so many changes, differences from the 2020. So I'm appealing to members to look at it thoroughly. For Foni, some of the NAMs, they should at least thank the other members from the government caucus. I have right to name the constituencies. I don't name any name. It's the constituency I name. For Foni, they should thank the majority caucus NAMs who were in the 5th legislature. I didn't mean they allowed that 2020. Today they would not even sit here to talk about the 1997 constitution. Maybe they would have even existed because they would have even merged the entire Foni to be one constituency. Because the powers would have been given to them. So I think you should be reasonable. It's not about politics. It's about looking at the strategy and the technicality in it. So it's not about entertaining the gallery or speaking jargons here just to attract the gallery. No, it's about substance. Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Basse. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. May I also join my colleagues with these important documents to have my word. Honorable Speaker, this 2024 draft constitution that members are trying to debate on it, or that are debating on it. Before going for Honorable Speaker, I just want to make an apology that I have done in the 5th legislature, that's 2020. That the error that I have taken voting as something that I could have allowed the process to continue. But then, whoever has, I'm somebody who doesn't put anything in me. I make an error, Honorable Speaker, because of the misinformations that was given to me at the time. And it's a learning process. I've learned a lot in the last 5 years up to today, because I can see nobody can dribble me because of your favor, Honorable Speaker. That's the error that I did for rejecting the 2020 draft constitution, not going for a process, Honorable Speaker. So this is why I have to apologize to Gambian citizens for that error which I have done. To correct it today, that nobody can dribble me, because I have also gone a rigorous, how to call it, procedures, parliamentary procedures. And I have learned in the parliament procedures how it governs parliament to legislate a law, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable member in the 5th legislature, that was Honorable Halifa Sallah, that I went to court, and he's a mentor. He said, even you have doctor's degree or a professor, you come to parliament, you study from scratch, you have to learn the procedure of parliament, which was true. Honorable Speaker, when we are all in love at the time, the same man that says, that's Honorable Halifa Sallah, that we don't need a new constitution. What we need is to amend the 52 that was tampered by the former regime. But all of us, include them, they said no to that effect. And the old man and the man, the Right Honorable voice has stand today. Honorable Speaker, then we were in love. No, allow me to continue. No, you have, please. No. You have debated. I don't raise my tag because I will get the floor. No, I cannot. Why are you observing me? Which I have never done. No, because I am now trying to put your nerves off. You allow me to speak. I'm coming on you. Please. Honorable Speaker, you see, I think I will reject you. Because when you are in the floor, I don't raise my tag. You don't observe me. So you allow me to process. You allow me to, yes. But today, you being the member of Central Baddibu, you were the very person who were arguing bitterly. Then because of, at the time, you were in love with the regime. Yes, with the regime, I mean, the coalition, I mean. With Barrow, President Barrow. But today, President Barrow, that you are seen as the enemy of progress. But why you people has made Gambians to fail, Honorable Speaker. You see, our problem of this country is not us. It's your party. You see, the problem of this country is, even you yourself, you were the person who is advocating for the process of this draft constitution. You, honorable member, was Central Baddibu. But today, your party has taken a position that let's reject, and you have rejected. Our rejection in 2020 based on reasons, and these reasons still now, they are not answered. And I have put it to the minister. He is sitting in front of me. I can make a lip service to him. That still now he cannot answer my questions in that regard. In fact, it is 9% of this draft. The member for Oppasan said it. You can they reference it here in the explanatory note, where the 2020 draft and the 1997 draft are explained here. You see, because of I have rejected it in the 2020, you said, okay, let me also reject it. And in fact, this 2020 draft constitution was rejected entirely Gambia before it comes to parliament. We can all be a witness of that. Because secularism was mentioned bitterly. Everybody were going against it. The sex marriage was mentioned bitterly. I am confronted by my people that if you go and vote for it, we are not with you. Now, because I could have allowed it to go the process, I mean. Not my reaction, I mean. But for now, you could have not given any reasons of doubt why you are rejecting it. But you are, because then I said, it's a common copy from Kenya. Yes, I said it. Because I had the Kenyan 2010 constitution with me. I was trying to check the clauses. I said it. But tell me which reason why you are rejecting it. Because of your party is not in support of the draft constitution 2024. Because you thought it's Barrow draft. No. Even the 2020 draft constitution came from the executive. That's Barrow government. And today, why are you mentioning this Barrow government, Barrow draft constitution? You see, if we want to serve this country, we serve with principles. But don't think if your party doesn't approve anything, that will not happen in this country. In fact, this is the case. Because you thought this is a Barrow draft constitution. And you said it's a Terikafo. And this same Terikafo brought a series of legislation that you said is good, and you passed it. And this Terikafo also make you and I to speak freely. Honorable Speaker, you see, you were here as the majority leader then, Speaker. But you know how then the Parliament operates and now. There's big difference. Honorable Speaker. Then it was maybe some people that will speak, the others will say, yes sir, yes sir. Then it goes on. But today, all of us, we speak our own voice.
Honorable member, that is not a correct statement.
I withdraw.
Not a correct statement. Your neighbor, the honorable former minority leader is around. That is not a correct statement.
Okay, I have withdrawn. Honorable Speaker, I want to continue, please. Because the reason why I am putting this, Honorable Speaker, today, the President has mentioned in his honor, let's stop party politics. And I am somebody that I am thanked by my consent. I don't have agreement with them in this, but if I was you people, and to be very wise today, you could have allowed the majority on the process. The Gambia will know whether what you are saying or what they are saying or they are playing the gallery. Because you have all opportunities now. If the process continues, you give your suggestions and amendments. If they said no, Gambia will judge now. But now at this juncture, you kill it for everybody will blame. But then, if you allow the process to continue, Honorable Speaker, you will see the other side of Honorable Senator, because I will not go with them. Because there are issues in the draft that I am not agree with. Then there will be an amendment with everybody. And people will know the reality on the ground. Even the last dot where the honorable Speaker will make his for the last reading, you have all right to reject it there, yes or no. But then you just want to kill it based on your party said let's kill it. And in fact, Honorable Speaker, the first draft that was out then, the 2020, Malik Jones make an interview with your Secretary General that if the conviction is still there, we are going to reject totally. Then later, it was amended. Yes. In the course, of course, he said, and you can go to the how to call it on the YouTube. You will check. You will see Malik Jones' interview with the former vice president. Yes, my father. And he rejected it because it wasn't for him. And Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you see?
Point of order. Honorable member for Lower Salem, what is the problem?
He said point of order.
Who said point of order? Kiang West or Kiang East? Kiang West. Kiang West, yes, may we hear your point of order?
Let me continue, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker. Hey, you better wait for me to read my order. Order 29. Honorable Speaker. You 29. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Members, please allow him learn. Please.
The honorable member is talking about our party secretary general's interview, and he cannot be here to respond to him.
You said section clause 29 what?
Please, that's 29.5.
20 improper motive.
Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I said the former secretary, the former vice president and the secretary general, because he already occupied that position then. Honorable Speaker. You see, Honorable Speaker, there are many good things in this draft that we can go back with us and bring what we want to put in the draft constitution. Honorable Speaker. In 2020, the member for Upper Salem speak my mind in that clause. That is the men and the issue of marriage, the same sex. Honorable Speaker. You see, the way the 1997 Constitution drafted, they go again in contrary to put man and a woman. This one said that's the 1997 Constitution. But in the 2020 said a man, a woman. And a woman. These two things. Now there was an issue which we put to the minister, and there was no response. Then because the entire citizens, though it's not an Islamic state, but we have 95% of Muslims, that they thought that we are trying to, bring same sex or I don't know, which that was not the case. The bill was rejected by many Gambians at the time. So being a member of parliament and representing the constituencies, I have such things, Honorable Speaker. I have to go through in that regard. But only mistake that I make, I allow the process continue at the time. Honorable Speaker, the members of parliament today are all shouting about this diaspora issue. And they do not know the election bill is extracted from the draft constitution. All those laws that are there, they are from this draft constitution because they write it together. This is why if you go to Schedule 5 of the election bill, you will see the same thing. How the formation of the referendum will continue. But now, we made a mistake. In fact, we don't disregard diaspora not to vote. It's a registration process. It's not the voting. Because already, in the 1990s, the Election Act, how diaspora is going to vote is already there. The framework is there. But today, you have rejected, you said you were going to reject this draft constitution. And you want the election bill to pass. Well, how can a person in that angle sit down and say what they are doing is right? It cannot work because the framework is this draft constitution. And they extract the framework from this draft constitution and give you a bill, an election bill. And you said we allow that election bill to pass and reject the draft constitution. A small person will not think the way people think, my friend. My friend, we already know the deep information in you that our party rejects this draft constitution. That's all. And we cannot give up any evidence that can show why you reject the draft constitution. No. But because of I have rejected it, yes, which I did it based on my mistake because the misinformation I had. But now today, I have the opportunity today to get the document. You understand? And to know issues and the procedures. But then I was somebody who was learning after somebody then. But today, nobody can deal with me now. But then, what you people now, you said, let's reject it, because that's not base. Honorable Speaker, the anti-corruption bill is passed in this house. And the framework that will make it to work is the draft constitution now. Honorable Speaker. And now you are rejecting it, and you said you want accountability and transparency. How can it work when the frameworks are not there? Tell us logic. My friend, you cannot reject it based on my party reject it. Give us a reason why you want to reject it. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the public procurement in this country, we all know how it works. But this draft constitution wants to bring a framework to make sure it is right in our public offices. We all know how public procurement, work in our offices. We all know it. Because there is no transparency in the system. But this document said, no, now, we want to make it right, Honorable Speaker. And you said you want accountability and transparency. I said, no. Honorable Speaker, the issue of land ownership in this country, we have seen foreigners, they apprehend or captured our lands. But this document came now to address that issue. That the land should be owned by the citizens, but not foreigners. My friend, this is why you don't read your books. It's there. It's there, my friend. This is why you are rejected based on my party doesn't consume the draft. Let me reject it. But none of you will read it, my friend. The land ownership is in the book. But foreigners are not allowed. You see, you allow us to come.
Honorable, please address me. Ignore these comments from this.
Honorable Speaker, there are restrictions how a foreigner or an immigrant will own a land. Now you can see our entire land banking are now with foreigners. And they are making money. And this document wants to address that. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Service Commission, they want to be a transparent for any employees in any office. Before holding any position, you have to go through an interviews to know that particular job that you are applying for, you are fit for a purpose. And this draft constitution wants to address it. Honorable Speaker, there are members of parliament said the youth are not captured. In this draft constitution, the national youth development is captured. Where after incoming force of this draft constitution, Honorable Speaker, after 3 years, there must be an establishment of funding.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
May we hear the point of order, please?
32B. I want the member to explain to us what he meant by foreigner banking the land.
Is that a point of order?
Point of order, yes. 32B.
Read it. Read it.
To elucidate on a point of clarification, some matter raised by another member in the course of his or her speech, provided that the member speaking is willing to give way and resume his or her seat.
Honorable, because you are a landed person, you are a legal man.
Exactly, that's why I rose on this point of order.
So that's why what you just read.
It's left for him to. It's
Honorable, please.
Okay.
What you just read just indicated that is the honorable member who can allow you to do that. A point of order is obligatory for him to sit down. It means he is doing something that is wrong, not according to law. The section you quoted is not anything related to a point of order. You know that more than I do. No, you're honorable. Read for everybody to hear again. So you please.
Thank you.
You can ask him. You can, if he grants you, you can come in. But don't say a point of order when it is not point of order. Honorable member, can you continue?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You just want to distract me on my work. Honorable Speaker, you see? Honorable Speaker, the youth are captured in this said draft constitution, Honorable Speaker. Because if this draft constitution passed today, or it has gone through a process and it passed, and it's coming as our document. Now the youth development, there are scheme that after 3 years of this constitution coming in force, the government shall provide funding for the youth. Training scheme, this document address those issues. So, Honorable Speaker, tell us the reason why you want to reject it, that there is no reason of you rejecting it. And if you tell me, that I reject it because I am woman advocate, when any big matter of a woman, you reject it. The member for Sanimentereng, you see, the FGM, Honorable Speaker, was rejected by her, Honorable Speaker, because of the stand of your party. Honorable Speaker, she has rejected this draft constitution because there is a stand of his party. You see, if you said, Honorable Speaker, that I think, Honorable Speaker, you need to address this. You can't tell me I am lying.
Honorable member for Sanimentereng, please don't make those statements again. No. When you are not satisfied, you can stand on a point of order observation. Honorable, please. When you feel you are offended or somebody is doing something wrong, there is a process. But don't sit down there and be telling members it's a lie. It's a lie.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
No, it's not correct. Please.
Okay, now point of order.
Now.
I understand. Thank you.
Honorable, please avoid that. If you have anything to do, it's a process. You have all rights to stand to a point of order or point of correction or observation or whatever.
I agree.
But don't sit down there and make those comments. Honorable, can you continue?
Honorable Speaker, I think.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, point of order on 29.5 that no member shall put unseemly, no member shall input improper motive against any other member. Honorable Speaker, what the honorable member said that I rejected the FGM bill based on my party's denial. Honorable Speaker, I quite disagree with that statement. I was never dictated by my party to reject a particular bill in this chamber. Thank you.
Honorable, is a point of information. Honorable member, you can continue.
Honorable Speaker, you see, I have respected everybody in this parliament. I want you to respect me because I don't want to put you in a hot soup because I know your privacy that I want people to know. Please. Honorable Speaker, allow me to continue. You see, Honorable Speaker, we need to respect each other. Members,
honorable members, I don't want to put you on record for the press and the media to pick you up. And for your consequences, honorable, don't talk when I'm talking, please. Please, honorable members, we are not going to deny any member from expressing yourself. I've said it. When people are talking, you may not like it, it may not favor you, but accept it. That's why that's why it is parliament. But you can come on with your own version of it and also put it on the table. But please, avoid, if you want to talk, go outside, talk until you are ready and you come in. When members are talking, others want to listen, allow them to have time to listen, please. Please. Honorable, can you please continue?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order. Order 29, Order 29.1. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject under discussion. Honorable Speaker, something that a decision has been made in this parliament. You cannot attack a particular member trying to defame him on that. This is a personal attack on the member.
Honorable, it's not sustained. I have said it here that you are talking about the draft constitution. And it's broad-based. It captures a lot of things. What you may be prevented from speaking about may be the details of the various provisions. Honorable, please, I've made that ruling. Please. So, honorable member, can you continue?
Honorable Speaker, you see, Honorable Speaker, when they are on their floor, they were submitting anything that they want to. Let them allow me to do my work. And nobody can no, you cannot interrupt me. Because, yes, these are public issues that we had an interviews. My friend, we had an interviews that are public consumption. That these are issues that were all touched in that interviews. So we have to put it straight. Today, if you people are telling us that the reason why you are here because of the red envelope or white envelope, we allow people to do your contributions. No tax was raised. But then, if I am on my contributions, you try to put your point of order because you don't want people to hear the truth. I will speak the truth. And Honorable Speaker, you see, in 2018 to 2019, Honorable Speaker, when they were the majority in the House, I was here, Honorable Speaker, and you said there are people out there for protest, and their mothers and fathers were killed in the street because of electoral reform. You did not put that consideration. You said, let me come and change the age limit to suit somebody else in the position. It has done in this parliament. If you consider government people, you could have not do that. Because the reason why this change came about is because people went out and protest. Their daughters were killed because of that protest. Their brothers were tortured because of process. Today you are in power, but 31 members of parliament. The only consideration that is, let me change the age limit to suit somebody in that seat. It has happened here, Honorable Speaker. My friend, the issue is, Honorable Speaker, we have to...
Also, point of order. Point of order. Madam Speaker, point of order. Clause 17F. While a member is speaking, all other members shall be silent and shall not make unseemly interruptions. Intentionally, members from the minority camp are interrupting the member while he is speaking, and I think that is wrong.
You see, he's put up his point of order. You have proven him right. You have proven him right, because you should not talk. No, it's not for you to agree. It's not for you to agree. He's made a statement, whether it's true or not, it's not for you. It's for me to make a decision on it. When you react, you are justifying what he said. Please, avoid those things. Please. Honorable Member for Lower...
Honorable Speaker, thank you. You see, Honorable Speaker, if this is not in records, Honorable Speaker, yes, carry on.
Remember, I want you said then there were 31 members, but the only clause they dealt with was the age limit. Can you repeat that? Let me hear you properly.
Yes, very well. Very well. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. You see, we have... Honorable Speaker. You see, this is why I said when we are in love, I mean, when President Barrow was the Moses at the time, Honorable Speaker, everything were right at the time. But today, the marriage has split. Today, everybody will speak the way you want to speak. But we should remember also, we are representing the masses in this parliament chamber, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the interest of Gambian people that we should put first, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes, if I'm hitting the majority side, they all drum the dust that what you are saying is right. Because I am not always with them. But at the time when I'm doing it, they all stand to clap for me. But today, I want to put the record straight. They try to insult me, or to mock me. I have no problem. I want to just to make the record straight. I mean, during our 5th legislature, when I was part of it, I voted for 8 limit when the marriage was sweet, 31 seats. Because then their own party people died because of a protest. But they never put that one in their front. What they see is we allowed somebody to occupy a position.
Fulladu, can you continue, please? You said this a lot of times.
No, because
your 5th legislature issues have been, you said it 10 times now. Let's continue on other issues, please.
Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude because now their temperature is in 120 degrees, which I understand. Don't worry, they are my friends. Honorable Speaker, the betterment of our people is to legislate, and that section 100 of the 1997 will give us that powers. That only thing that we can do to amend the Quran or a man to a woman. This is the only thing that we can do. But if we can allow the process to continue, you hold them ransom. That we want this for our people. We want this for our people. until the last part of the process, people will know where the reality lies. But in this case, my friend, you just want to pay back. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I take my seat.
Thank you very much. Honorable, please. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salum. I now invite the Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I listen to the comments made by the mover of the motion. And, Honorable Speaker, allow me to quote just few. 2020 taught us a lesson and therefore called for dialogue. He said no bill is perfect. The process of consensual making requires consensus. And also, the consideration stage is where negotiations and compromises can be made. Let us not repeat the mistake of 2020. The Gambia needs a new constitution. In 2020, the same Honorable Minister presented the 2020 draft and called us to consider adopting it. When members deliberated, supposed to respond, he concluded that he cannot force anyone to accept it or otherwise. The choice is yours. Then I did not take his position very defensive in trying to convince us to adopt the draft constitution. And today he made similar call. Initially, when I was listening, I took some members seriously, making calls, making reconciliatory remarks with that turn and tune. Perhaps what was alluded by the mover of the motion can pay dividend. But with the train of the contribution, especially to the tail ends, has defeated that call. Very unfortunate. Negotiations, consensus building, dialogue, but rather personal attacks on each other based on people's view. You viewed on the 2020, rejected it. Today, others are viewing on the 2024, personal attack on them. And you are telling us, let's go to the consideration stage. And we try to compromise. When we are hot on each other, sentiments on each other, political parties on political parties, calling leaders here and there. You mean the ones who say that we cannot trust you if you you should go beyond this level. You are vindicating them. You are now vindicating them that this side cannot be trusted. I'm sorry to point you with my left finger. Yes, I'm sorry to do that. I was thinking you will prove them wrong, but rather you are now vindicating. That is a starting point. Honorable Speaker, let me give you the genesis of the 2020 draft constitution. I did say in 2020, the constitution, the draft, was rejected before it was laid in the National Assembly. Simply because of the position of the executive. When the CRC submitted the draft to the executive, they showed their position negatively against the draft. And that was the language that was spoken here. And after I did advise at a forum at Sadara Kairaba Jawara Conference Center when Goodluck Jonathan or the eminent person, Dr. Ebun Chambers, and eminent Gambians called a consultative meeting there. And I advise, let's try to avoid the replica of 2020. And the best we can do, the mistake that was made. When the draft was completed and observations were made, whatever way, there should be that political consultation to have consensus before it was tabled. But rather that consultation did not take place. It was tabled under the watchful eyes of the executive who showed negative position. And I warn and advise, let there be political consultation and consensus building before bringing any draft. Otherwise, the same replica is going to happen. Honorable Speaker, after the rejection of the draft constitution in 2020, there was mediation led by Goodluck Jonathan. The meeting took place in Abuja. And there, the contentious issues that were identified by the stakeholders, representatives of the political parties, permit me, Honorable Speaker, were as follows. Clause 17.1, that is citizenship by naturalization. Clause 93.1F, that is requirement for the presidential candidacy. Clause 97.4, runoff elections. Clause 107.1, removal of president for incapacity. Clause 108.3, impeachment. Clause 115, appointment of ministers. Clause 136.3, appointment of Speaker of the National Assembly. Clause 141.4, loss of MP seat. Clause 144.1, recall of MPs. 145, Speaker of the National Assembly. 195, remuneration and retirement benefits of judges. 198.3, budget of judiciary. 211, selection of SEFO. 265, Secretary General and Head of the Civil Service. 290, Head of the Gambia Police Force. And 190, appointment of Chief Justice and judges. That is 16 clauses. and also around schedules, Schedule 4, Articles 18 to 20. And also, in the schedule, that's where the issue of term limit for the incumbency, that is during the transition. Honorable Speaker, the meeting almost narrowed up the issues that were raised, but they could not have agreement in just few out of about 16, excluding the schedules. If you add the schedules there, it will up to about 18, 19 issues. Now when they came to the Gambia, the meetings that came to the Gambia was continuation so that there can be agreements. And this was narrowed down to the main and key one, believed to be the main reason why the 2020 draft was rejected. And that was around what they believed to be retroactive clause. Yes, there is term limit in the 2024, but again, let me put that there was term limit also in 2020. Why was that term limit not accepted? And why are you advocating for acceptance of this term limit? How the term limit should start and how this one should start, that's the difference. They said the term of the incumbent at that time should not be counted. And the constitution was made tailored against an individual, was targeting one person, the president, and that was unfair. So this was the main reason why the constitution was rejected. And this was the main area where they could not agree. Up to the time I attended the last meeting, when Dr. Chambers came, there was room for dialogue. That was what we were advocating. Honorable Speaker, this CRC draft and then what was discussed by the stakeholders from the political parties was also given to us as National Assembly members. When we had our consultative meetings, the same Dr. Chambers and eminent Gambians, including the international idea. Honorable Speaker, this National Assembly went through all these issues that I raised, and we agreed and reached compromises, even particularly to this key one, that is this retroactive clause, around the term limit. The options that we advance at National Assembly are as follows. Option one, current and past terms do not count. We should not count current and past terms. Option two, all current and past terms should be counted. That was option two. And option three, current term count, but not past terms. To have consensus. These were the two options. What was noted is that the three options. What was noted finally, members to reach a compromise and consensus. Many agree on the third option. If trying to bring the past tense will be an issue, then many majority members agree on the third option. That is to say, we count only the current term, but not the past term. Now we were expecting that after the consultation of the political parties, only on about 16, 18 areas, and after consultation with the National Assembly members, if there would be a draft where we had differences, the draft should address those ones.
Point of order,
If that draft
point of order.
is what is brought.
Nominated member.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on 67.
Order?
67. 67-1. On a motion being moved that a bill be read a second time, the general merits and principles of the bill may be debated. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minority Leader is going into specific details concerning what? Clauses. Thank you.
Yeah, he's not making inferences or clauses of the draft constitution. He's making references to agreements that you had reached or discussed or agreed upon. He had no any mention of what is here.
Honorable Speaker, the clause is specific in the bill itself. So it's an inference.
Pardon?
Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying is, in this instance, he doesn't need to be explicit, because the inference he is saying really touches on the
Honorable point of order. Has been ruling.
The Honorable Speaker have given me the floor.
Minority, just sit down. Okay. Yes, Honorable nominated member.
Honorable Speaker, my argument here is he doesn't need to be explicit in his expression. The inference he is making is specific to a particular clause, which is an integral part of the bill. Thank you.
Honorable, whatever words you have spoken here, you can find it in clauses of the of the draft constitution. All what you said. All what we want to avoid is members making references to the provisions here, because that would wait until when we are at the committee of the whole house. But to make general comments on the issues and all these things, on the principles and merits, that is okay. Honorable member, please.
Honorable Speaker, the outcome of the dialogue or mediation in Abuja, I was saying, was also given to us, National Assembly. We had a consultation meeting, we reached agreement, and we made consensus. Even on this key one, we were ready to compromise, and we did compromise that. To find a way out, let us include only the current term, and not all the past terms, only the current term. On secularism, the dialogue that took place at Abuja were satisfied with the wording in the draft. I don't know the ones that were quoted by other honorable members that the default of the 2020 trying to quote that made it not to be people-centered. If that was the case, the key stakeholders will have brought that as contentious issues to be addressed. But these were the issues that the key stakeholders had issue around the 2020 draft. Honorable Speaker, if unfortunately we do not have this, and we had a draft that was drafted in a way over 100 changes were effected. This one is just about 16, 18. We have about 100 plus. Then we will say that draft is not people-centered. That draft emanated from the executive. I will call it the executive-centered. And this is a difference. If now you are compelling and telling us, let's accept it, so that at the committee of the whole house, we can do the needful and do amendments. Yes, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, he told me this when I had program with him. Let's do the needful at the committee of the whole house, considerations take and amend. And I asked him, that's fine. But we suggested that in 2020, and you did not accept. He told me, Honorable Speaker, you have the majority, we have minority. Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, I told him again. But now it's a reverse. You have the majority, we have the minority. If you cannot accept and trust us to go to the consideration stake and do the amendment because we have the number, now you also have the number. You are telling us we go there. How can you trust you when you don't trust me? And again, I wanted to trust you. When the minister made that introduction, but unfortunately, what I have seen, what I have heard, what I have seen and what I have heard, you cannot be trusted. You are not ready to be trusted. If you can do that, maybe not today, but tomorrow you show us the face that we can trust you. We are ever willing and ready to work with you. And that's why any private member's bill that is brought by the majority side is always supported by the minority side. But unfortunately, the minority side, the private members' bill that are brought by the minority side are suffered or rejected. Keep quiet when I'm talking. I brought a bill here, Honorable Speaker, about 5 clauses. Only one. All 4 of them, they were accepted because they had no choice. According to them, the court had made a favorable ruling, accepting or not, those laws in our books will be meaningless. So it's better we accept. The one that is not meaningfully addressed in the ruling, they rejected it. That means if there was no court ruling, before my bill will be totally rejected. Honorable Sawa brought a bill here, was rejected. Honorable Sanyan brought a bill, the bill that was speaking the language of the National Assembly, that is a nominated members have voting right. Similarly, let the nominated members in council also have voting right, they rejected. Simply because it was brought by the minority. How can minority trust you? If we are saying there should be trust, let's start seeing that trust tomorrow, not today. If you are saying there should be trust, let's start demonstrating that trust tomorrow, not today. But for us, we have ever been ready and willing to work for the betterment of this country. For human rights.
Can I observe you? No.
For national,
can I observe you, please?
For the National Human Rights Commission, the National Human Rights Commission, we commended you for the work and all the stakeholders.
Can I observe you, please?
Unfortunately, what I have expressed, the trust is not there for us to act on what you have recommended. You recommended about 23 issues, but the last one is so complicated and open, that is restoration of all progressive provision of the draft constitution. That is the 23rd recommendation. All progressive recommendation in the 2020 draft. How do we determine the progressiveness of the clause? If we believe this is progressive, they will never believe it's progressive. And you recommend that all the progressive clauses you should have listed in your view and opinion which of those progressive clauses are. But if you leave it like that, that is going to be in vacuum, in the sense that, in our opinion, these are progressive. For them, they will never take that to be progressive. And that is why, with that mistrust, that is why these salient recommendations will find it difficult to implement. Somebody said, and is very right, both Human Rights Center and Gambia participated, and then the other one that went for the nationwide tour, etc. Your actions and contributions should have come before the executive drafted the 2020, so that they enrich it and bring it. But it should be after the cart is put before the horse. This is the problem we have. We are not ignoring your call, we are not ignoring your recommendations. But this is the predicament we find ourselves. And you and I or us cannot address that because the majority that is responsible, they are not to be trusted. We are very sorry. We are very sorry if you find our position so disappointing. As disappointing as you may be, we are more disappointing than you because of their attitude. This is the reality. On that note, they are calling me to calm down. Calm down. So couldn't do that. Amadabo is leaving. Then I will cease fire, but the majority will not say anything. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, please lock that gate. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. It's been a long, long day since morning, but of course, the Gambian people worth it. This is indeed a service to nation and service to country. Honorable Speaker, I was really flabbergasted. I was sitting down trembling in my chair when I listened to the submission of the minority leader of this assembly. Going on personal attacks, insinuating mistrust and distrust in us. It's very serious. It's rather unfortunate that such utterances are coming from a leader of his caliber. Honorable Speaker, when we debate in Parliament, when a bill is at its second reading.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda. Latrikunda, please. All right, Latrikunda, I apologize. Honorable Member for Lower Baddibu. No, that does not justify your own. Honorable, please. Honorable Member, that does not justify it. Whether he did the same, Honorable, or not, your behavior is not justified. Please, if somebody does something wrong, we have laws and regulations governing us. We can easily address it. How many times do you want me to say that? If it were that anybody can jump up and address an issue, we would not be here. Please. Honorable, sorry, you can continue.
No, it's expected.
Sorry, Honorable, let me once again, where is the Latrikunda? You know you are fond of it, I definitely apologize. You are fond of it, that's why I just thought that it was you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. It's expected. But of course, I will take it very light because it comes from Lower Baddibu, and as a Badibunka, I wouldn't be too harsh on him. But I want to assure him he's too genius to distract me. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I've listened very keenly since morning. And what Minority Leader has said was never a true reflection what transpired in this August chamber. Saying that it is the majority camp that was attacking. That is a complete negation to the fact. When we started the debate, you've seen the goodwill, you've seen the political will from the side of the majority caucus supporting the draft, and they kept silent without raising their attacks. Soon after, they begin to retaliate by reminding members of parliament, trying to bring a blame game that yes, you are supporting it, but you are the very one that stood in this hollow chamber to reject this draft in 2020. So who started the blame game is them. So it's really unfair to attribute such remarks on the majority side that they started the blame game. And Honorable Speaker, reason why we debate in second reading of any bill, we debate on the merits and principles of the bill is for obvious reasons. Lest we forget, these are not just mere exercise. There is parliamentary wisdom in which a debate is triggered on the objects and reasons of bills for us to trade off and convince each other. It is meant for us to debate constructively, to detach subjectivity in our analysis, to remove sentiments in our submissions, but your ability to talk to the opponent of the other side of the aisle, convince the person constructively with facts and evidence base, but it's rather disheartening and disappointing. A member of parliament standing before these hollow chambers to attribute remarks that are unfounded, unrealistic, and untrue, that the parliament, the National Assembly powers have been reduced. I mean, these are fairy tales. You cannot make such remarks that National Assembly powers has been reduced drastically. In fact, if you interrogate with this draft constitution, it's now more comprehensive and explicit from the Speaker's office to the Deputy Speaker, majority, minority, and entire membership. So when you speak with this tone, it depicts or it exposes your ignorance in the draft, that you haven't really go through the draft. It's very disheartening. And a member of, from Kiang West, how could you stand here that accountability and transparency is zero in this draft? It exposes your, illiteracy. It exposes your inability to read this document and comprehend to come and address the nation. How can you stand in this hollow chamber with every resource given to you, yet you couldn't have time to sit through and go through your documents to come and inform people? You are here dilly-dallying, misinforming people, playing with the gallery. These are unacceptable to any member of parliament. How can you stand in this hollow chamber, a document before you, saying that the issue of accountability is not there, That's where I'm rejecting. I would have wanted him to be seated so that I can take him through that the issue of disclosure is captured not only at the presidency level, but the ministers, the vice president, are mandated under this current bill to disclose the asset, both coming in and leaving the office. So basically, it shows how people are not prepared for this draft, but having a preconceived mind that my political party has taken a decision, let me just come with that kind of mindset. Anything that comes, I go against it. That's not productive. That is not productive. I believe we are parliament that debate constructively with dialogue and convince each other. It couldn't have been said better than the submission which member for Wuli East has lamented. How can we forget about what happened in the past? And I quote, Honorable Speaker, with permission. The only limit to our realization of our tomorrow will be our doubts today, our doubts of today. The only limitation for any person for you to realize tomorrow is your doubts of today. End of quote. Another quote says, believe you can, and it's halfway solved. Once we believe that we can really pass this thing in unison, it's already halfway solved. But it called for the political will. I don't lose sight, of course, I will not lose sight as well, that Parliament is a political institution, a political grouping. But these are moments where we're trying to differentiate, or we try to put aside party politics. We try to put aside partisan politics to see the general interest of our country. Are we ready for that? That is why, in the effort of de-escalating political tensions here, you are not called under the party ticket that you run. Rather, they refer you with your constituencies. Honorable Speaker, it is also said that the future belongs to who believe in the beauty of your dream. It depends on how you want to see the Gambia in next 10 years. The future belongs to progressive thinkers. And the future belongs to people who are ready to sacrifice today for tomorrow. So this is more of a clarion call. Are we ready to sacrifice today for tomorrow? Are we ready to sacrifice our partisan politics for tomorrow? And are we ready to put aside our divides for tomorrow? That is why when I look at the famous quote by William James, says that it is our attitudes at the beginning of a difficult moment that anything else will affect us at the end. This is a great writer, great philosopher, that says that it is our attitude at the beginning of a difficult task which more than anything else will affect its success or its successful outcome. So this is a very big task ahead of us, very peculiar task. But the manner in which we'll approach it will determine the outcome. If you approach it with open hearts, will determine a successful outcome. But this constitution, it is now in our hands. Remember, any decision you will take here, history shall judge you the rest of your lives. This is a rare privilege and opportunity. Not in everybody's lifetime you are opportune to sit and decide the fate of the constitution where the country is governed with. Look at which date the 1997 constitution has been passed. Since 1970 date. Now we are in 2024, or 2025 rather. And when this is passed into a law, it takes decades again. So this is a rare opportunity given to us. Let us grab it and make best of it. And I can assure you, I've listened to the submission of the minority leader, Member Brigham North. All the 14 differences he has lamented or read out to us. I want to assure you that let's proceed to a consideration stage. You bring out your concerns, your reservations, we thread off. I am giving you my words as a leader of a particular group that if we are sincere and genuine, that we want to usher the country into a third republic, we are ready to listen to your concerns, we are ready to trade off, we are ready to make compromises. Honorable Speaker, the prayers advanced in this constitution, they are very much progressive. And I think if we go through the constitution, we will make a change in the position we are taking. Yes, it is an open secret that your party has taken a position. But like I said, these are difficult moments. Every leader, you encounter these things once in your lifetime. You encounter very hard decisions. But it's all geared towards how do you comport yourself and execute those tasks. This is a moment where you are putting away partisan politics, you are putting away issues of individual opinions or sentiments to see the general good. And the attributes, or the attribution, people are saying that this is an executive draft, is misleading. This draft does not fall from the sky. This was as a result of the 2020 draft that was rejected. You cannot present again that in its totality. There must be a little amendments. And when somebody started to do comparison that the 1997 Constitution went through 52 amendment and the Barrow, the current government, did 100. This constitution has never passed into a law. It's a draft. So if you are now calling those one as an amendment, it's like you don't really understand. It exposes your lack of understanding of parliamentary procedures. How can you say that the amendment that the executive has proposed there are seen as amendment to the constitution? We're not there yet. And also, to allay your fears, if you think we cannot be trusted, we said let us go into constitutional stage. You still have the opportunity again, because at any stage it requires 2/3. If we do not, if we do not cooperate, there is still an opportunity. Tell the government that there is a window of an opportunity. And not only that, even if you succeeded to take it to the next level again, we have to work. That's why this cannot, this cannot happen without your cooperation. you also need the registered voters also. A very high threshold. 75% has to agree on this draft. So why do you want to deny 2.2 or 3 million people the opportunity to participate in lawmaking? So I hope and pray that when the vote is put by the Speaker, some of you really, with the submission you've had and the clarity you've had, and of course the misconception that you have portrayed this morning, which has been clarified by some of us, will help you change your position. So basically, I want to also join other colleagues to amplify our voice in appreciation of the NCCE Gambia participate, of course, the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation and International IDEA for the concern they have in us. These are part of and parcel of the campaign promises of the 2016 change, legal reforms. And today, if this happen to succeed to this next level, everybody here will have your noses in front as proud Gambians. And the efforts of partners, the efforts of civil society organizations, and the effort of our institutions would not be thrown away. So I am calling all and sundry. And also I'm calling on the leadership of the Minority Caucus to reflect on these submissions, convince its membership to really accept this thing to go to the next level. We are more than willing to cooperate and listen to your concerns so that we incorporate. Is this draft perfect? It's not. There is no perfect constitution anywhere. But of course, I can vividly remember and recall the chief whip of the Minority Caucus saying that even if only the time limit is enough for someone to support the draft. Those are his right words. He told me that even if it's only the affirmative actions, yes, Kombo Central, Baddibu, told me to my face that he is behind this draft constitution and is going to support it. That even so you can see the level of insincerity that is happening. You are talking to a leader, giving him assurances that the progressive clause is there, 3, term limit, is enough for me to join. But because of the political pressure he received from Baddibu and also from the UDP, he has made a 360-degree turn. So I'm really appealing to you, particularly those 2 MPs from Baddibu, the Lower Baddibu and Central Baddibu, and of course Janjangbureh, that your father has spoken, and you must listen to this clarion call from your father and do the needful. And Honorable Minority Leader, I've known you for a man of integrity, gentleman par excellence. And when he was counting the bills, he forgot about the rent amendment bill brought by the Deputy Minority Leader. We all heartily supported the bill. But because of that was a progress, he decided to keep quiet at that stage. So like I said, I've worked with him in the 5th legislature. I have known him for someone who I have high regard for. Gentleman par excellence, somebody who's really upright person, and he's very objective in dealing things. And that is why I owe it to him that respect. That please, I'm appealing to you as your colleague from the other side to really renege, or try to really shift your position, and then let's help this country move forward. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I know members of Parliament really, they want me to sit down now. I've said a lot, but I'm really calling them again as my compatriots, how do you call it again? Comrades. So please, comrades, join us in this crusade. This is a crusade. And I want you to join us in this crusade so that your name shall be part of those great people, those great leaders, that usher this country into a third republic. On that, Honorable Speaker, thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kantora and the Majority Leader. Some of you cannot keep your mouths closed. That's my funniest thing. Always talking. And usually it's the same people. The same people. Please, if your people know that you are paid for that, they will disown you. To come and go against what the order is like. Honorable Majority Member for Kantora and Majority Leader, thank you very much. Honorable members, may I now invite the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice to respond to issues raised and wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I thank all the honorable members present and participated in the debate. Honorable members, well, for those of you who were here in 2020, remember very well the situation that prevailed here in 2020. Of course, in 2020, like today, I had wanted to not only respond to the issues that were raised during the debate, at the end of the debate, but probably make my last plea with the members. But unfortunately, the debate in 2020 was so intense and the pressure was different. In 2020, by the time the debate wound up, I gave up. Of course, I was later accused of not defending the draft at the time. But it's difficult when you witness a debate where pretty much you sure minds are made up and you know very well no amount of words can change hearts. We, like it or not, we are almost in a similar territory, slightly different though. I'll make an attempt briefly to respond to some of the issues that were raised for the purpose of clarifying. My friend here and former classmate, Honorable Minority Leader. Minority Leader and I shared a class some 26, 27 years ago. We sat in the same class and we were taught together. Having listened to him, I think that will put to rest the issue of whether there was any consultation or not. Because this has been said repeatedly since this bill was gazetted. But hearing it from the minority side, the steps that were taken, different rounds of consultation that took place, and all those consultations are documented, their reports are available. I don't think we, the state, will say we have done some consultations when we have not done consultations. Probably you might say I was not consulted or the section of society you belong to was not consulted. But we did not just get up to go to cabinet and sit, like some of you said, in our comfort zone to draft what we want to draft. And secondly, it's very important that we understand that the draft before you, yes, the title has changed. It's called the 2024 Promulgation Bill. But even if you are to bring the 2020 draft now, the title will change to 2024 or 2025. That's just a title. have we paid attention to the contents of the two? Honorable Bo have tried to point out between 80 to 85% of what is in the 2020 CRC draft is in this 2024 draft. If we had changed anything, it's not up to 15% of the CRC draft. An honorable minority leader, I quote him again, said the dialogue that started here and culminated into a political dialogue in Abuja identified 16 issues. And I see sometimes some of you confusing between issues and the number of changes. To be able to change 16 issues in the document may cause more amendments, because 16 issues and 16 amendments are two different things. I'm not saying that cabinet did not change above what was agreed. We did, and I have to make that clear, and he is right. They identified 16 issues, and the reports are available. These reports were put together plus other reports which went to cabinet. We have looked at beyond that. But the 16 issues, even if we were to only incorporate the 16 issues, it will have not only limited to 16 amendments. This is important. We need to understand between issues and amendments. Now, for those of you who are saying 190-something changes have occurred, I don't know who did your statistics for you. But the only way we can give it the benefit of the doubt to ascertain whether it was 10 amendments, 20 amendments, or 100 amendments, or 200 amendments, you had an opportunity of subjecting it to your own scrutiny, because now I am saying something, somebody else is saying something different, but the bill is before you. If you take it to consideration stage, you have every opportunity now to confirm whether what you have been told has been changed actually was changed. So I think all these opportunities are there, because some of us, having listened, it looks like we are repeating what we had other people say. We have not verified these things by ourselves. So there was, I wouldn't belabor the issue of consultation, that is laid to rest. It's confirmed beyond doubt. It's confirmed that the political leadership of this country, except for very few, majority of them had agreed. So you will see that, taking a cue from the outcome of that dialogue itself, it means that the political class of this country actually among themselves agreed that even the 2020 draft itself wasn't good enough. Because if it were a perfect document, how come 16 substantive issues were identified to be changed? So, and then I guarantee you, even if we agree unanimously about the constitution here, we pass it here, 1-2 years down the line, we will see the need to change 1 or 2 things in it, because the document will never be perfect. So it's not, like I said in the opening, we are not seeking perfection. We are not seeking a perfect document. We are only looking for a consensus that will help us move to another level. I also need to make a clarification. A lot of descriptions have been used to describe this 2024 draft. Barrow's document, Dowda's document, cabinet document. And I had somebody make a comparison between the changes that were done by the work done by CRC in 1996 and the CRC of 2018-2019 work. I think it's important we do this clarification. When CRC was created in 1995-96, there was no parliament. When they did their draft, they submitted it to a military ruling council. There was no parliament to debate a draft like we are debating today. At the time, that draft went straight to referendum. It never went through parliamentary process. From the military council, it went to referendum straight. We never had an opportunity to debate it because there was not a democratic dispensation that gave us a second opportunity to look at what work the then CRC did. We now have the opportunity. CRC did a job, they submitted it to cabinet. But also we need to see the distinction between the time The cabinet at the time and the cabinet now. The cabinet at the time were not enjoying a democratic mandate. They were not elected. They overthrew a government and sat by force. The cabinet today, yes, we ministers may be appointed, but we are serving under an elected mandate. So it's completely different. That president that sits there under whom we are serving has a joint legislative authority with you. That's why when you pass bills, they don't become law until he signs it. So you have a core responsibility with the presidency in legislation in this country. And if you pass a bill that you send to him with all your authority, if he doesn't like certain clauses in that bill, he can make it comments and send it back to you for you to change it. Of course, you have a choice to either incorporate or not. But the principal position I'm trying to put across here is law-making responsibility is vested both in you and the president, because you are both elected. So if the president sits with his team to make changes, it's not a change that you can call arbitrary. It is not arbitrary. There is some authority there, recognized by law, in the whole process of legislative making process. So, I'm not too sure how much more can I say, but it is a calling on all of us, and it's a huge responsibility. Now, I had somebody question when I said in my opening statement that this goes beyond partisan lines. I do not intend to downplay the role of political parties in a democracy. But really, to build consensus, sometimes we go beyond party lines. Otherwise, we will never be able to reach consensus, because parties are divided. There is one ruling, there is one in the opposition, and others different lines. Their policies hardly see each other because they differ in their views. That's why they have different political organizations. Now, if you want these people with different policy positions, different ideologies to come together, that means sometimes they have to go beyond partisan lines. That's what we intend when we say we go beyond partisan politics, not necessarily downplaying the role of political parties in a democracy. So that's never my intention, if that had caused any misunderstanding. Like I said at the beginning, I'm here, of course I have a job to do. I am minister that have to bring the bill. But I'm equally very concerned, like every one of you also, we are all Gambians. The delivery of a constitution, no matter what type of constitution, is very symbolic for our transitional justice. And of course, all of you know, I have the task of overseeing the implementation of the TJ process as well. We've been acclaimed globally for doing very well in our transitional justice process. However, our transitional justice process will not reach its logical conclusion without us deliberately drawing a line between the past and the present. And that line is the change of the Constitution, even if it is going to be for symbolic purpose. It is very, very important that we usher this country into a third republic. However, the divergence still continue to exist. That's why we have a democracy. I, once again, Honorable Speaker, thank all the members. And what is expected of me here is to respect the debate that transpired. And on that note, Honorable Speaker, I allow the process to proceed to the next stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Honorable members, we have almost come to the end of the debate. Honorable members, as I said, we have just come to the end of the debate. Honorable members, I just want us to remind ourselves about a few things. That we are talking about a draft constitution. And by the 1997 constitution, section 226 2B and 2264B requires that 75%, 3/4 of members must agree before it is passed. Furthermore, honorable members, it requires that before we can put a vote, we have at least 3/4 of the members in the assembly. We have 3/4. I'm not saying people are standing. I said we have 3/4 of the entire membership in the assembly. So first, before I put the question, the table office will confirm that we have at least 44 members in the chambers. 1. 2, and this time when I put the question, you know, we must this time not only saying those in favor aye or no. When you say aye, you raise your tag. We are going to count every member, because this time we must have the numbers. There is no need for anybody to remind us that. So these are the few announcements. 1, now we will allow the table office to confirm that we have at least 44 members in the assembly. In the assembly. See. Honorable members, a surprise package. I'm just told that we have 56, including myself, 57. Only one person is absent. Yes. So, honorable members, as I said, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia Promulgation Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your tags for counting. And then raise your tags. Raise your tags up well so that they can see you. Honorable members, those not in favor, say no and raise your tags. Please raise your tags up for them for the table office to see it. Honorable members, abstentions. Abstentions. Please raise your tags. Come. Honorable members, this assembly, Honorable member for Janjangbureh, please. Honorable members, this assembly has today concluded the second reading debate on the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia Promulgation Bill 2024, a bill of national significance which seeks to repeal and replace the 1997 Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia with a new Republican Constitution. Following the conclusion of the debate on the general merits and principles of the bill, the Assembly proceeded to a division in accordance with paragraphs 2B and 4B of Section 226 of the 1997 Constitution, which states that a bill for the alteration of this Constitution or for the promulgation of a new Constitution shall not be passed by the National Assembly unless it is supported on the second and third readings by the votes of not less than 3/4 of all the members of the National Assembly. Unquote. In other words, no less than 75% of all members of the Assembly are required to vote in favor. In numerical terms, 75% of all the 58 members of the Assembly means that no less than 44 favorable votes are required for the bill to proceed to the next stage of the legislative process. Therefore, pursuant to the division votes conducted and verified by the table office, the votes cast on the motion for the bill to be read a second time are recorded as follows. Total number of votes cast, 56. Those in favor, 35. Those not in favor, 21. Abstentions 0. Honorable members, having carefully examined the result of the division and acting in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and the standing orders, I am compelled to rule that the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia Promulgation Bill 2024 has not met the constitutional threshold required for passage at this stage, that is the second stage. The bill is therefore negative at this stage and shall not proceed further. This ruling is final and is issued with due respect to the procedures governing this constitutional process. While the outcome may be met with disappointment in some quarters, it reflects the principle that constitutional reform in a democratic society must be anchored in broad consensus. Honorable members, the tabling and debate of this bill has reignited crucial national discourse on the future of constitutional governance in the Gambia. The deliberations within this chamber have been rigorous and reflective of the diverse political, social, and legal perspectives that shape our national fabric. As presiding officer, I commend all members for their participation and the dignity with which proceedings were conducted. I also thank the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice for ably tabling the motion. The failure of this bill at this stage does not signify the end of constitutional reform. Rather, it marks a critical moment for reflection, consultation, and renewed engagement with all sectors of Gambian society, including political actors, civil society, traditional authorities, and the citizenry. I encourage all parties to remain committed to a constructive and inclusive approach to constitutional development. Our responsibility as legislators is not only to reflect the present will of our constituents, but to safeguard the long-term constitutional order of the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable members, I thank you all for your participation in the debate. I will now put the question, honorable members. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Tuesday, 8th July 2025 at 10 a.m. prompt. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This Assembly now stand adjourned until Tuesday, 8th July 2025 at 10 a.m. prompt.